Chapter 1692. The ancient city covered an area of about 100 miles. Although the tall city walls and majestic buildings were dilapidated, it was not hard to imagine that this place used to be glorious and prosperous. Qin Feiyang controlled the Black Tortoise realm and entered the ancient city. The dusky ground and the deathly silent city caused this place to seem like it was covered by a mysterious veil, mysterious and unfathomable. After spending less than an hour, Qin Feiyang searched the entire ancient city, but he didn't find a single person. Could it be that they were all in the space divine items? If that was the case, he could use his divine thought to search. However, he had to go out to use his divine thought. Moreover, once he used his divine thought, he would definitely be discovered by Mu Tianyang and the others. What am I thinking? Mu Qing has the omniscient eye. Maybe he has already discovered me when I entered the ancient realm. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and left the Black Tortoise realm. He entered the ancient castle and landed on a street. Boom! His divine thought suddenly appeared and surged in all directions. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Using the walk formula, he walked to the front of a dilapidated hall. The hall was more than 100 feet tall. Every brick, tile, beam, and pillar was made of high-quality stone. On both sides of the door, there were two stone statues of divine beasts. They opened their bloody mouths and revealed their fangs, which was daunting. Although it was dilapidated, it was enough to show that this was once the residence of a big force or a big shot. And in this hall, Qin Feiyang used his divine thought to capture two space divine items. He didn't escape? This means that Mu Qing has not discovered me. Qin Feiyang murmured. However, it made sense. Mu Qing could not have opened the omniscient eye to check his location all the time. He did not hide and directly barged into the hall. Inside the hall, the ground was full of holes and the walls were rotten. All kinds of furniture had decayed and the air was filled with a damp smell. Who is it? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A black figure rushed out from a room next to him and charged at Qin Feiyang murderously. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and flames rolled out. The dimly lit hall immediately became as bright as day. "It's you, Qin Feiyang!" the black shadow exclaimed. Qin Feiyang also saw the true face of the black shadow. It was a black-robed old man with mottled white hair and a stooped body. However, the aura he exuded was extremely powerful. He was clearly a false god. Qin Feiyang sized up the old man and asked, "Have I seen you somewhere before?" He felt that this person was somewhat familiar. The black-clothed old man's eyes flashed. He turned around and punched out. A large hole immediately appeared in the wall of the hall. Immediately after, he didn't even look back as he flew away. His heart was filled with disbelief. Previously, he had already sensed Qin Feiyang's divine sense. However, he had never imagined that the owner of this divine sense would be Qin Feiyang. I remember now. Qin Feiyang suddenly slapped his head, looked at the black-clothed old man's back and laughed. "You seem to be an elder of the Nether Palace. I saw you when you came to kill the willow tree." The black-clothed old man did not reply. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and chased after him. Just as Qin Feiyang left, two figures appeared out of thin air in the hall. It was the Vice Hall Master of the Nether Palace and the Heavenly Sun Empire's Yen Shinho. This Qin Feiyang really chased us all the way to the ancient realm. The most unbelievable thing is that he was actually able to cut off his obsession, destroy his inner demons, and break through to become a god. Yen Shinho looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared and said in shock, "These are not within my consideration. I only want to know, is it a coincidence that he entered the ancient realm, or is he here to kill us?" The Vice Hall Master said in a deep voice. If it was a coincidence, then there was nothing to say. But if he deliberately entered the ancient realm, it meant that the giant python and fire dragon had leaked their whereabouts. Otherwise, how would Qin Feiyang know? Don't worry about that. Elder Xiong escaped without saying a word. He must be trying to buy time for us to escape. Let's go. Yen Shinho said. The Vice Hall Master frowned. Then isn't Elder Xiong doomed? Then what do you want to do? It's better for him to die than for us to be wiped out. Yen Shinho said. Nonsense. Elder Xiong is a member of the Nether Palace. Of course you don't care. If it was someone from the Heavenly Sun Empire, would you still say that? The Vice Hall Master said angrily. What's the point of arguing about this? You're not leaving? Leave. Yen Shinho snorted coldly and rushed towards the door. But suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of the door. It was Qin Feiyang. Yen Shinho's eyes widened as he said in shock. Didn't you go after Elder Xiong? Why are you here? Do you think his little tricks can deceive me, Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly as he stepped into the hall and walked towards the two. Yen Shinho and the Vice Hall Master retreated in fear. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the Vice Hall Master. Actually, I don't have any thoughts about the Nether Palace. My target is the Heavenly Sun Empire. Don't listen to him. He's purposely trying to take us down one by one. Yen Shinho hurriedly said. Is that necessary? Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and said, even if all the false gods of your two factions come out, I won't care. Arrogant. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've broken through to the false god realm? Die. Yen Shinho was enraged, his aura erupted as he punched towards Qin Feiyang. Ignorant person. Qin Feiyang shook his head as he raised his arm and punched out. Boom. A destructive aura suddenly roared out. The hall was instantly razed to the ground. At the same time, along with a cracking sound, Yen Shinho's arm was crushed on the spot. His entire body was sent flying as blood gushed out from his mouth. How can he be so strong? Yen Shinho's eyes widened in disbelief. The Vice Palace Master was also extremely shocked. One must know. Yen Shinho was a veteran false god and was one of the top 10 existences in the entire Heavenly Sun Empire. Qin Feiyang had just broken through not long ago, but he was able to injure Yen Shinho, a veteran false god? Was this a dream? Yen Shinho stabilized his body and shouted, Vice Hall Master, this kid is too strong, let's kill him together. However, the Vice Hall Master turned a deaf ear to him and looked at Qin Feiyang. Are you sure you won't attack the Nether Palace? Silly, silly. Don't you know what kind of person Qin Feiyang is? Yen Shinho said angrily. Shut up. The Vice Hall Master shouted. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Qin Feiyang looked at Yen Shinho with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He looked at the Vice Hall Master and said, Stand aside. The Vice Hall Master nodded and obediently retreated to the side. I'm so angry. Yen Shinho roared. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked towards Yen Shinho with a calm expression. What do you want to do? Yen Shinho hurriedly retreated. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said, My great Qin and your Heavenly Sun Empire are irreconcilable. What do you think I want to do? Boom. His aura was like a rainbow, shocking everyone. Yen Shinho gritted his teeth and activated his battle soul as he madly charged towards Qin Feiyang. A mere ant dares to compete with the sun and moon? Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. Boom. The 9-leaf fire lotus appeared out of thin air. The terrifying divine might was earth-shattering. Boom. Everything within 10,000 miles was destroyed in an instant. Accompanied by 2 deafening explosions, Yen Shinho's battle soul and battle soul disintegrated on the spot and dissipated in the air. Spurt. Yen Shinho spat out another mouthful of blood, his face was pale. However, at this moment, killing intent flashed in the Vice Hall Master's eyes. He silently approached Qin Feiyang and struck his palm at Qin Feiyang's back. Boom. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below. A deep pit appeared immediately. Cracks spread all around like a spider web. Yen Shinho looked at the Vice Hall Master in shock. Do you think I'll believe his nonsense? I pretended to compromise just to find a good opportunity. The Vice Hall Master sneered. Well done. Yen Shinho was overjoyed. He lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang, only to see Qin Feiyang lying motionlessly at the bottom of the pit with blood flowing out of his back. He's unconscious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill him. Yen Shinho shouted. The Vice Hall Master nodded. Boom. Their eyes flashed coldly as they unleashed their most powerful divine techniques again. They charged toward Qin Feiyang with monstrous killing intent. The two divine techniques were extremely terrifying. The ground trembled and the void distorted. Hee. Suddenly, a laugh rang in the air. Yen Shenho and the Vice Hall Master's eyes widened as they stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. He didn't faint? Qin Feiyang slowly got up and looked at the Vice Hall Master. He said, "Attacking me is the worst choice you've ever made in your life." Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, the Vice Hall Master could not help but feel a sense of panic. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a divine phoenix soared into the sky to meet the two divine techniques. Fire Phoenix Arts. Boom. The two divine techniques immediately collapsed and were annihilated. Nether Palace, Heavenly Sun Empire. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Qin Feiyang smiled as the purple gold dragon spirit roared out. Innate divine ability, instantly activated. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly turned into a prison. Yen Shenho and the Vice Hall Master were imprisoned in the void, unable to move at all. A wave of despair that could not be dissipated engulfed their hearts. Yen Shenho's gaze suddenly trembled as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop, Mu Tianyang has something to say to you. Even if he has something to say, you have to die." Qin Feiyang smiled and landed in front of Yen Shenho. "No," Yen Shenho cried out in despair. Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws as he grabbed Yen Shenho's head and squeezed. Kacha! Yen Shenho's head immediately exploded like a watermelon. Seeing this scene, the Vice Hall Master was scared out of his wits. Just as Yen Shenho was about to die, Mu Qing appeared out of thin air and said angrily, "You're too much." "Too much?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I don't know if it's too much or not, but I admire your courage." Although it was Mu Qing who appeared, the voice was Mu Tianyang's. It was obvious. At this moment, the one who occupied Mu Qing's body was Mu Tianyang. Heard. Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you see that I opened the Emperor prison? I think with your current state, you shouldn't be able to break the Emperor prison." Chapter 1693. I know. When I came out, I didn't think about leaving alive. Mu Tianyang said. "You're quite self-aware. Tell me, what do you want to say?" Qin Feiyang said. "Why did you appear in the ancient realm? Did the giant serpent and fire dragon betray us?" Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice. "After you left, a lot of things happened. The giant serpent is dead, and the fire dragon can't even protect himself now." Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Mu Tianyang's eyes trembled. The Vice Palace Master's face also turned pale. Their biggest backers now were the fire dragon and the giant serpent. But they didn't expect that these two backers would collapse. Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't the fire dragon send your people to the ancient realm? Didn't he tell you?" "No. He only said that he would soon soar. And you will soon die in his hands." Mu Tianyang said. "Die in his hands?" He really knows how to talk big. Even if those things didn't happen, he can't kill me. Because the master of the Black Tortoise realm is now me. Qin Feiyang sneered. "What? You became the master of the Black Tortoise realm?" Their eyes widened in anger. "That's right," Qin Feiyang said. "How is that possible? The Black Tortoise realm is an independent small world. Even if the fire dragon and the giant serpent can't stop you, the creator won't let you." Mu Tianyang said. "There are some things that you won't understand. Let me ask you, when the ancestor entered the divine ruins, did he inquire about the ancient realm?" Qin Feiyang said. He did inquire about it." Mu Tianyang nodded. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. "Why did he inquire about it? Is there some kind of secret hidden in the ancient realm?" "I don't know either. We've been in the ancient realm for more than a year, but we haven't found anything out of the ordinary." Mu Tianyang said. "Could it be that the ancestor was just casually inquiring about it and had no other intentions?" Qin Feiyang frowned and fell into deep thought. Mu Tianyang said, "There's another question." "Speak," Qin Feiyang said. "How did you become a god?" This was what Mu Tianyang couldn't figure out the most. Because of Qin Feiyang's situation, he knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to become a god. Qin Feiyang said, "As I said before, I will open up a new path to godhood." "You succeeded?" Mu Tianyang was bewildered. "Isn't that obvious?" Qin Feiyang shrugged. "Amazing, truly amazing. To be honest, I really admire you now. To open up a new path to godhood, you're the first person in the world to do so." Mu Tianyang sighed. Qin Feiyang said, "You seem to have forgotten someone, Zhuge Mingyang." "Zhuge Mingyang," Mu Tianyang muttered, seemingly lost in his memories. After a long while, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "You know, there's actually a second way to enter the divine ruins." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, saying, "How do you know?" Mu Tianyang said, "It seems that you've already noticed something from Zhuge Mingyang." "What do you mean? Could it be that you also know about Zhuge Mingyang's situation?" Qin Feiyang said, "This matter, other than Zhuge Mingyang in this world, I'm afraid only your ancestor and I know the best." Mu Tianyang sighed. "What the hell is going on? Who is the person hiding in Zhuge Mingyang's body?" Qin Feiyang shouted. Mu Tianyang took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "It's not a person, it's a dragon." There was a deep fear in his eyes. "Dragon?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "His strength is extremely terrifying. The heart of the demon dragon, the eye of the demon dragon, the claw of the demon dragon, the scale of the demon dragon, I think you know about it." Mu Tianyang said. "Of course I know. These are all with me now." Qin Feiyang said. "The heart of the demon dragon, the eye of the demon dragon, and so on are all parts of the demon dragon's body." Mu Tianyang said. "What?" Qin Feiyang trembled physically and mentally. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "I seem to have heard this legend from someone. It is said that the demon dragon has a master called the demon ancestor?" "This is not a legend. It's true," Mu Tianyang said. "Demon dragon, demon ancestor." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The legend turned out to be true. In other words, Zhuge Mingyang is the disciple of the demon dragon. Lin Yi and the mermaid princess are now in the hands of the demon dragon. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to know everything about the demon dragon." "Everything about the demon dragon?" Mu Tianyang murmured and suddenly sneered, "Aren't you very smart? Go and check it yourself." Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me, and I will spare your life." "Huh? You don't really think that you can kill me, right? Do you really know my means?" Mu Tianyang laughed. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Your ancestor is unprecedented. Have you never thought that if I only have this ability, how can I be a strong opponent of your ancestor?" Qin Feiyang, "Oh, Qin Feiyang, you are still too young." Mu Tianyang shook his head. Qin Feiyang's heart sank, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out from Mu Tianyang's body. As soon as this aura appeared, the world changed color. Accompanied by a series of ear-splitting rumbles, the surrounding earth collapsed crazily. The Emperor prison was also instantly broken. "This is the aura of a divine artifact." Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. However, only the aura appeared, but Mu Tianyang didn't take out the divine artifact. Mu Tianyang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Qin Feiyang in ridicule, and asked, "How is this aura? Can it be compared with your castle in Changshui?" Qin Feiyang's face was as calm as water. He didn't know if this aura could be compared with Changshui and the castle. Because how strong Changshui and the castle were was still a mystery. But he knew that this aura had already made him feel despair. "Do you know? Your ancestor, Emperor Qin, has a divine artifact with the power of law." Mu Tianyang said. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How do you know?" Mu Tianyang was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "I know far more than you think." Mu Tianyang joked, "Then do you know that I also have a divine artifact with the power of law?" What? Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. This was simply a bolt from the blue. It was too unexpected. Mu Tianyang said, "So it's impossible for you to kill me." Qin Feiyang said, This aura is released by that divine artifact? Correct. Well, can we sit down and have a good chat now? Mu Tianyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly grinned. What are you laughing at? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. At first, I was thinking that it would be too boring to kill you like this. Now, you also have a divine artifact with the power of law. It's more fun to play like this, isn't it? Let me see how powerful that divine artifact is. Qin Feiyang's body shook, and a monstrous divine power erupted. Purple gold dragon chi emerged, and the divine dragon seal appeared. Seeing this, Mu Tianyang immediately became angry and said, "If you and I fight, both of us will be injured. Is there any meaning? But you also know that there will be a battle between you and me. Cut the crap, kill." Qin Feiyang shouted. The divine dragon seal expanded in the wind, and in an instant, it grew to a few hundred feet, shining with divine light, like a huge mountain, and suppressed Mu Tianyang. The Vice Palace Master's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. Elder Xiong also returned, and looked at the Vice Palace Master. "What's going on?" The Vice Palace Master said in a deep voice, "This Qin Feiyang's strength has far surpassed ours. Yan Shenhou did not even have the slightest ability to resist, and was directly killed." "What? Yan Shenhou is dead?" Elder Xiong was shocked. The Vice Palace Master nodded. "Not only is this kid's methods amazing, even his brain is terrifying. Previously, you wanted to lure him away, but he saw through your intentions and waited outside the door, catching us off guard." The Vice Palace Master said. "Why did we provoke this person?" Elder Xiong sighed, looking at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the wind with an imposing aura. His old face was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon seal's aura was monstrous, and it distorted a large area of the void. Mu Tianyang stared at the divine dragon seal, and a bone-chilling cold light flashed in his eyes. "Good. Today, we will settle our grudges here." Mu Tianyang suddenly roared, and a dagger flew out from his body. The dagger was a foot long, and it was blood-red, as if it was dyed in blood. As soon as it appeared, the world was shrouded in a bloody mist, and it was filled with an incomparable evil aura. It was as if a peerless demon king was born. However, the strange thing was that the dagger was emitting a pungent stench. This stench was like the smell of feces. Mu Tianyang looked at the dagger, and his expression was extremely respectful. He bowed and said, "Blood dagger, I'll leave it to you." Clang. The blood dagger trembled in the void, and a shocking sharpness appeared, facing the divine dragon seal. Boom! The divine dragon seal shattered on the spot, and Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He retreated continuously, and purple gold dragon blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "This is that divine artifact?" Qin Feiyang stared at the blood dagger. Although the blood dagger had a pungent stench, as if it had just been fished out of a cesspool, its terrifying sharpness was enough to destroy the world. Clang! The blood dagger cut through the sky, and it charged toward Qin Feiyang. The bloody light was surging, and it was full of killing intent. Moreover, Qin Feiyang could feel that the bloody mist released by the blood dagger could not only erode his soul, but also steal the blood in his body. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, and with a thought, the ancient castle flew out from his glabella. He smiled and said, "It's up to you." Clang! Before he finished speaking, the ancient castle shook violently, and a shocking power spread out. The void cracked, and the sky shattered. The earth also shook violently, and it collapsed. From afar, it was like the scene of the end of the world. Boom! The two divine artifacts collided crazily in the void. They were so fast that even the masters, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, could not catch them. A destructive aura swept out in all directions. Tens of thousands of miles away were affected. It could be said that the world was destroyed. It can actually collide with the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang was shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1694. At the same time, the Deputy Palace Master and Elder Xiong were also retreating in a hurry. When the two heaven-defying artifacts collided, even with their cultivation, they felt a sense of fear from their souls. Crack! Boom! A series of loud sounds resounded through the clouds. The sky was collapsing, and the earth was sinking. Compared to this, the fierce and bloody battles that everyone had experienced in the past were like the difference between heaven and earth. They were not even worth mentioning. The more Qin Feiyang watched, the more incredulous he became. After colliding for so long, Bloodblade was not at a disadvantage at all. Shua. He suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at Mu Tuanyong, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Let's not be idle either. Boom. After he finished speaking, he stepped on the walkward and landed in front of Mu Tianyong, throwing a punch. What? Teleport. Mu Tianyong immediately turned pale with fright. In this world, only those who had broken through to the War God realm could control teleportation. But wasn't this Qin Feiyang only a false god? In a flash, he hurriedly mobilized a wisp of divine sense and threw it at Qin Feiyang's fist. At this moment, he was controlling Mu Qing's body. Mu Qing was only a war god. Whether it was his physical body or his battle qi, they were all far inferior to Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he could only use his divine sense to fight. Boom! Qin Feiyang did not dodge at all and punched his divine sense. With a loud bang, his divine sense was annihilated on the spot. He was also forced back a few steps. You actually dare to use your divine sense. It seems that after this year, your divine sense has recovered quite a bit. After stabilizing his footsteps, Qin Feiyang sneered and took another step forward, instantly landing behind Mu Tianyong. This is not teleportation. Mu Tianyong's pupils constricted. That's right. This is one of the 6-word divine arts, the walk word. Qin Feiyang sneered coldly. His hand was like an eagle's claw, and the power of the false god filled his fingertips as he reached for Mu Tianyong's head. The terrifying sharpness of his fingertips made Mu Tianyong shiver uncontrollably. The next moment, he decisively left Mu Qing's body and sent Mu Qing into the spatial divine item. Following closely, Mu Tianyong's divine sense turned into a millstone-sized fist and blasted towards Qin Feiyang's big hand. Rumble! The two of them clashed once again. Qin Feiyang's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string. His face was full of shock. How was this possible? In the collision just now, he found that the destructive power of his soul awareness was actually several times stronger than the first time. In fact, he even felt as if he had surpassed the level of a semi-divinity. How is it? Mu Tianyong smiled proudly and appeared in the void. Qin Feiyang steadied his footsteps and looked up. He was instantly shocked. He saw a middle-aged man standing in the void opposite him. He was 7 feet tall and had a strong body. He wore a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. His thick black hair fluttered in the void like an emperor, and his entire body exuded a shocking aura. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was actually his real body. Could it be that Mu Tianyong had already condensed his divine sense? You must be very surprised. That's right. After entering the Heavenly Sun Empire of the Black Tortoise world, I obtained a large number of divine congealing pills. And after entering the ancient world, the giant python personally helped me condense my divine sense. In addition, my spatial divine item also has a time array, so now I have almost condensed my divine sense. Mu Tianyong said. Almost? In other words, you haven't condensed your divine sense yet? Qin Feiyang frowned. Just one step away. When my face appears, it means that my divine sense has been completely condensed. However, even if I haven't condensed my divine sense yet, my strength is no longer comparable to a false god like you. Mu Tianyong said proudly. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyong's face. His face was indeed only a vague outline. If his face was removed, Mu Tianyong was now a living person. It's not something a false god like me can compare to, Qin Feiyang murmured. Then I'd like to see how strong you are. Boom. The battle formula was activated. He took a step forward, and the power of a false god roared in all directions as he charged towards Mu Tianyong. Since you want to know, then I'll let you experience it. Mu Tianyong smiled coldly and didn't dodge. He stepped forward and punched Qin Feiyang. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening sound, Mu Tianyang's real body immediately dissipated. He even destroyed 3 strands of divine sense. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he was like a mountain, standing firmly in the void, motionless. So that's all there is to it. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. The battle formula not only gave him an amazing defense, but it also reduced half of Mu Tianyang's attack power. Mu Tianyang condensed his real body again, stared at Qin Feiyang, and said word by word, 6-word formula, battle formula. Good eye. If you had already condensed your divine sense, I might have retreated. But unfortunately, your divine sense is still 1 step away. And it is also this step that will cause your body and soul to be destroyed today. Qin Feiyang let out a loud shout as his aura surged like a rainbow. A purple gold dragon roared out. A world-destroying sound wave flooded the sky like a torrent of beasts, pouncing towards Mu Tianyang. The second move of the Divine Dragon formula, Divine Dragon Roar. Mu Tianyang's heart was heavy. This time, he was indeed too careless. Was Qin Feiyang an ordinary person? Obviously not. Facing this kid, no matter when, he had to be careful and treat him seriously. Huff! Looking at the terrifying sound wave, Mu Tianyang let out a long breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, "When I condense my divine sense and return to my divine body, I will fight you." What? You want to retreat? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This is not called retreating, it's called being tactful. Although I am already very strong now and can kill a pseudo-god, you are an exception. If we continue to fight, the one who will suffer in the end will only be me. However, you don't have to worry, I will call someone out to play with you. Mu Tianyang smiled coldly. Swoosh. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a purple robe appeared in front of him. Mu Tianyang looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Play with him." The purple-robed middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, looked up at the sound wave, and a terrifying divine aura erupted. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in the sky, carrying a mighty dragon aura as it pounced towards the sound wave. Boom! The moment they met, the sky changed color. The sound wave and the 5-clawed golden dragon disintegrated in the void at the same time, destroying everything. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man, and sneered, "How long has it been, and you are already so obedient to Mu Tianyang, even taking off your dragon crown and dragon robe? It seems like a dignified monarch like you is just a good-for-nothing." That's right. This person was the monarch of the Black Tortoise World's Heavenly Sun Empire. When the purple-robed middle-aged man heard this, he became angry and shouted, "Cut the crap, let's fight." As you wish. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, took a step forward, and began to fight with the purple-robed middle-aged man. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Every time they attacked, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the purple-robed middle-aged man, they were merciless. Although Qin Feiyang had not seen the purple-robed middle-aged man's strength and means before, he had heard of it. It was said that he was a rank 10 pseudo-god, and once the demon mark was removed, he would step into the war god realm. Could be said that this person was very strong. But Qin Feiyang was not afraid at all. Although the purple-robed middle-aged man's cultivation was higher than his, he had an absolute advantage in terms of physical strength, because his body had been refined by the essence of the god's flesh. As the battle became more and more intense, the purple-robed middle-aged man became more and more shocked. A person who had just stepped into the pseudo-god realm not long ago actually had such terrifying combat strength? Could it be that even Mu Tianyang was afraid of him? Boom! The purple-robed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a golden pseudo-god force suddenly appeared in his palm. He thought that Qin Feiyang would not be able to react in time. However, Qin Feiyang immediately sensed it, and a golden light also gushed out from his palm. Return formula. The purple-robed middle-aged man immediately screamed as his arm shattered and blood stained the sky. The 6-word divine formula again. Mu Tianyang murmured. Is this the extent of his strength? The purple-robed middle-aged man was extremely shocked. He was not unfamiliar with the name Qin Feiyang, but this was the first time he fought with Qin Feiyang. Swish! Mu Tianyang waved his hand again, and 4 figures appeared. These 4 people, some tall and some short, some fat and some thin, all looked middle-aged, wearing a python robe and exuding a terrifying aura. Mu Tianyang said, "For great divine overlords, go help him." The 5 of them received the order, and with a monstrous aura, they immediately charged toward Qin Feiyang. For great divine overlords? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He remembered that Willow Tree said that there were always 8 pseudo-gods in the Heavenly Sun Empire. Among them, Mu He and Yen Shenho were already dead. Mu Shinkong was also at the end of the desert, and was killed by the small beast along with Fatso and the others. Qin Feiyang did not reincarnate him at that time. In addition to the purple-robed middle-aged man and the 4 great divine overlords, the 8 pseudo-gods of the Heavenly Sun Empire had all appeared. 5 pseudo-gods. Mu Tianyang, you really think highly of me. If it was before, I would definitely choose to escape immediately. But now, killing them is as easy as slaughtering dogs. Qin Feiyang laughed arrogantly, and with the walk formula he was like a war god, fighting the 4 great divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man by himself, but he did not fall into a disadvantage. The 4 great divine overlords were also shocked to the extreme like the purple-robed middle-aged man. They were all veteran pseudo-gods, but the 5 of them together were still not Qin Feiyang's opponent. Suddenly, the 5 of them looked at each other and retreated at the same time. Divine Emperor Finger. Following closely, the 5 of them raised their arms and pointed their index fingers in the air. 5 golden light beams suddenly shot out and charged toward Qin Feiyang. The terrifying destructive power annihilated in all directions. Qin Feiyang was stunned. They actually mastered the same divine art? Divine Emperor Finger, could it be that this was an inherited divine art? However, even if it was an inherited divine art, it was useless. In his palm, the return formula appeared again. The golden light flooded the sky and rushed toward the 5 light beams. Boom! The 5 light beams and the golden light were in a stalemate in the air for a while, and suddenly turned in the air, like an arrow, and entered the chests of the 4 great divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man. Puff! Immediately. Chapter 1695. The 5 of them were sent flying, their hearts filled with shock. If it could even bounce back, then how heaven-defying was the return formula? Once the 6 words formula is out, who dares to challenge it? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 5 of them, his face full of contempt. The next moment, the emperor statue appeared, its purple-gold divine light illuminating the sky. Streaks of terrifying emperor aura descended from the sky, enveloping all directions. Under the emperor statue, even the purple-robed middle-aged man, who was also an emperor, could not help but feel terrified. This is the 3rd move of the divine dragon formula, supremacy of the 9 and 5. Quick! The purple-robed middle-aged man shouted, placing his hands in front of his chest to form a seal. The 4 divine marquises did not dare to delay, immediately forming the seal and evolving the strongest deity formula. Rumble! 5 golden square seals were formed in an instant. Divine Emperor's Seal, suppression of the heavens. The 5 of them suddenly roared. The 5 golden square seals rushed into the sky and rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, the 5 square seals became 5 deity seals that were hundreds of feet tall, like huge mountains, and pressed down on the emperor statue. In front of my ancestor, everything is just an ant. Qin Feiyang's eyes were incomparably cold. As his voice fell, the emperor statue raised the broken sword and slashed at the 5 deity seals. Rumble! Accompanied by a loud noise, the 5 deity seals were shattered one after another. The broken sword's edge was peerless, tearing the sky and killing toward the purple-robed middle-aged man and the 4 divine marquises. Mu Tianyang, save us! The 5 of them screamed, frightened out of their wits. In the past, when they heard Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang talk about the divine dragon formula, they did not think much of it. They thought, how powerful could a deity formula created by a junior be? In front of them, Qin Feiyang's ancestor was indeed a junior. After all, even Mu Tianyang was their junior. But they never thought that it would be so ridiculously powerful. However, Mu Tianyang turned a deaf ear to this. The 5 of them were burning with anxiety. Seeing that the broken sword was about to kill, the 5 of them gritted their teeth, releasing a black light from their bodies. Rumble! The broken sword fell. The 5 of them were immediately blasted into the ground below and buried by the mud and rocks. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "You are really heartless. You actually watched them die." "Hee hee," Mu Tianyang laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang said playfully, "Do you really think they're dead?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He quickly looked down at the ground. Rumble! With a loud bang, the ground cracked open. The 4 divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man rushed out from the ground. Other than the bloody hole on his body and his wretched appearance, there were no other fatal injuries. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Suddenly, his gaze trembled slightly as he recalled the situation when he fought with Mu He. At that time, Mu He suffered a fatal injury, but in the end he didn't die. And the reason was that Mu He cultivated a divine art called the Body of God and Demon. This Body of God and Demon could be activated once a day and could block a fatal attack. Mu Tianyang, you've gone too far. We have already compromised and let you lead everyone. You still treat us like this? If it wasn't for the Body of God and Demon, we would have died in his hands. The 4 divine overlords and the purple-robed middle-aged man rushed to Mu Tianyang's side and roared angrily. It is indeed the Body of God and Demon. Another inherited deity formula. Qin Feiyang murmured. He was in disbelief. First, it was the divine emperor's finger, then the divine emperor's seal, and now the Body of God and Demon. How many inheritances did the Heavenly Sun Empire leave behind? Mu Tianyang glanced at the 5 of them and said indifferently, "Aren't you all still alive? Why are you roaring?" The 5 of them were furious. However, before the 5 of them could rage, Mu Tianyang turned to look at the Deputy Palace Master and Elder Xiong and said indifferently, "How long are you going to stand there? You have to understand that if the Heavenly Sun Empire is destroyed by Qin Feiyang, the Nether Hall will not be able to escape either." The expressions of the 2 men changed instantly. Elder Xiong sent a voice transmission. "Deputy Palace Master, Mu Tianyang is right. We have to work together to get rid of Qin Feiyang." The Deputy Palace Master glanced at Mu Tianyang and then at Qin Feiyang and made up his mind. In the next moment, 7 figures appeared in front of him. The 7 of them gave off the aura of a false god. One of them was particularly eye-catching. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a black mask on his face. He also wore a black robe, making it impossible to see his appearance. However, his identity was extremely shocking. The Nether Hall's Palace Master. The Deputy Palace Master and Elder Xiong bowed. "Greetings, Palace Master." "Palace Master?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Nether Hall's Palace Master, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He actually felt a sense of danger from this person. At the same time, the Nether Hall's Palace Master glanced at Qin Feiyang. His dark eyes were like those of a snake as a bone-piercing cold light flashed past. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked at the Deputy Palace Master and the others. "I already know the situation outside. There's no need to explain anymore. Join forces with the Heavenly Sun Empire and get rid of Qin Feiyang." "Yes." The Deputy Palace Master and the others replied respectfully. Boom. In the next moment, the group of people unleashed their auras. Their divine might shook heaven and earth as they charged toward Qin Feiyang. However, the Nether Hall's Palace Master did not move. He raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang with flickering eyes. When the purple-clad middle-aged man saw this, he led the 4 divine marquises and charged toward Qin Feiyang ferociously. There were 5 people from the Heavenly Sun Empire and 8 from the Nether Hall. Now, Qin Feiyang had to face 13 false gods. However, his expression did not change. He shifted his gaze from the Nether Hall's Palace Master to the purple-clad middle-aged man and the others. "There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. What a bunch of fools. Qin Feiyong's lips curled up into a mocking smile. The Emperor Divine statue descended from the sky as if a divine king had descended. The broken sword in its hand was extremely sharp as it slashed toward the 13 people. Divine Emperor's seal. Nether blade. The 13 people looked at each other and quickly performed a divine art. 5 golden divine seals and 8 black blades soared into the sky. The 8 black blades seemed to have been forged from the flesh and blood of a demon god. They released a shocking demon aura. Boom. Clang. The divine seals and blades shot toward the broken sword one after another. Waves of destructive energy rolled out in all directions like a tide. As the last blade slammed into the broken sword shattered with a cracking sound, and the statue also dissipated. Qin Feiyong's body trembled slightly, and a trace of purple-gold dragon blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The purple-clad middle-aged man sneered, "Your strength is only SSS." Qin Feiyong said, 13 fake gods working together could only injure me. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. The purple-clad middle-aged man immediately became angry and shouted, "Kill! Tear him into pieces!" The 13 people's auras surged as they shot toward Qin Feiyong like lightning. Ants will always be ants. No matter how many people there are, they can't change your fate today. Qin Feiyong smiled coldly, and a golden light flickered in his palm. However, at this moment, a strong sense of danger came from behind him. Who is it? He was shocked and stepped to the side without hesitation. Immediately afterward, he felt something cold pierce into his back. You're courting death. The sudden sneak attack made him burn with anger. He slapped with his palm. However, this slap did not hit anyone. Instead, it hit the air. That cold thing also left his body. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the Nether Hall Master standing not far away. He held a black dagger stained with purple-gold dragon blood in his hand, and his eyes flickered with a strong cold light. Moreover, he could not sense any aura from the Nether Hall Master at all. He was like a ghost. It's him. Qin Feiyong was extremely shocked as he asked, "When did you get behind me?" Before, fortunately, he stepped to the side in time. Otherwise, the dagger in the Nether Hall Master's hand would have pierced his sea of vital energy. The Nether Hall Master did not answer. At this moment, the purple-clad middle-aged man and the others also charged over. He did not have time to think. He immediately turned around and faced the group. "You've completely angered me." Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyong's eyes. He took out the Divine Phoenix Saber and slashed. That's Ning Mingyi's Divine Phoenix Saber. Why is it with him? The group's expression changed. The terrifying blade tore through the ground. An elder of the Nether Hall was cut in half on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. "Retreat!" The purple-clad middle-aged man shouted. "Retreat!" Qin Feiyong smiled coldly. His false god power surged into the Divine Phoenix Saber. With a clang, the Divine Phoenix Saber erupted with boundless divine light. He used the movement character art and chased after the purple-clad middle-aged man. He slashed at the purple-clad middle-aged man's head. Swoosh! However, seeing that the purple-clothed middle-aged man was about to lose his life, the Nether Hall's Hall Master once again appeared soundlessly behind Qin Feiyong. The dagger in his hand went straight for Qin Feiyong's sea of vital energy. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Feiyong smiled coldly. He used the movement character art and instantly appeared behind the Nether Hall Master. He raised the Divine Phoenix Saber and slashed at the Nether Hall Master's neck. A trace of surprise appeared in the Nether Hall Master's eyes. However, he was not nervous at all. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Qin Feiyong. The Divine Phoenix Saber missed. Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Is this teleportation?" However, in the next moment, a strong sense of danger attacked him from behind again. "What? You ran behind me again?" Qin Feiyong had a look of disbelief on his face. This person's speed was too fast. Most importantly, this person was just like the Spirit Snake, Spirit Demon Scorpion, and Spirit Demon Spider. He had no aura at all. It was impossible to predict what he would do next. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang used the movement character art and dodged. A trace of anger appeared in the Nether Hall Master's eyes. Obviously, Qin Feiyang dodged his sneak attacks again and again. He could not help but feel annoyed. You want to compete in speed? Alright, I'll play with you. Let's see who's faster. Qin Feiyang turned around and smiled coldly at the Nether Hall Master. He used the movement character art and took the initiative to attack. In this world, no one can compete in speed with me. It's the same even if you have the movement character art. The Nether Hall Master snorted coldly. Then, the two of them flickered continuously in the void. They did not even leave behind afterimages. The purple-clad middle-aged man and the others retreated to the void in the distance. Their faces were filled with shock. This was because they realized that they could not even catch a trace of Qin Feiyang and the Nether Hall Master. Chapter 1696. Bang, bang, clang. While the two of them were competing in speed, they were also exchanging blows. Every time the divine phoenix saber and the dagger clashed, dazzling sparks would appear. The fact that the Nether Hall Master's dagger could fight against the divine phoenix saber without showing any signs of breaking was enough to prove that the dagger in his hand was also a divine weapon. Moreover, its grade was similar to the divine phoenix saber. Clang, clang, clang. About 100 breaths later. Suddenly, accompanied by a muffled groan, Qin Feiyang and the Nether Hall Master appeared in the air at almost the same time. The two of them stood facing each other. Qin Feiyang held the divine phoenix saber. The tip of the divine phoenix saber had already sunk into the Nether Hall Master's chest. Blood was dripping down the blade. The Nether Hall Master's arm was hanging by his side. He was still holding the dagger in his hand. He looked at Qin Feiyang. Even though his life was at stake, his expression did not change at all. You've lost. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, I've lost. The Nether Hall Master replied. Submit to me. Qin Feiyang said. Why? The Nether Hall Master said. Because I'm stronger than you. Because I can help you remove the demon mark. Qin Feiyang said. Remove the demon mark? The Nether Hall Master's eyes trembled slightly. His gaze that had never changed finally changed. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the purple-clad middle-aged man, the Vice Palace Master, and the others were extremely shocked. Had they misheard? Qin Feiyang could remove the demon mark? Your cultivation has already reached stage 10. Once the demon mark is removed, you'll immediately become a true war god. Who in the world doesn't want to become a war god? You have this opportunity, but it depends on whether you want to cherish it or not. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The Nether Hall Master remained silent. He stared into Qin Feiyang's eyes as if he was trying to see if Qin Feiyang was lying to him. Palace Master, don't listen to him. He doesn't have this ability. The Vice Palace Master suddenly said. That's right. The giant python once told us that only the Creator and the Beast God can come into contact with the Devil imprint. The purple-clothed middle-aged man shouted. However, the Nether Hall's Hall Master turned a deaf ear to him and continued to stare at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, I don't want to say too much. It's all up to you. The Nether Hall's Hall Master suddenly retreated. Blood spurted out from the wound on his chest. It seems that this is your choice. Qin Feiyang swung his divine phoenix blade, and his entire body exuded a monstrous killing intent as he slashed at the Nether Hall's Hall Master. Saber light swept through the sky. The Nether Pavilion's master flickered and instantly vanished. Let's go and create an opportunity for the Hall Master. The Vice Palace Master roared. Boom! The 13 of them attacked again. Their terrifying divine arts shook the heavens. However, at this moment, the Nether Hall's Hall Master suddenly appeared beside the purple-clothed middle-aged man. Be careful! Mu Tianyang's complexion changed as he hastily shouted. Careful of what? The purple-clothed middle-aged man and the others were puzzled. However, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The Nether Hall's Hall Master grabbed a dagger and stabbed it into the purple-clothed middle-aged man's lower abdomen. Ah! The purple-clothed middle-aged man immediately howled in pain. Bastard, what are you doing? The four divine marquises roared as they raised their arms and slapped at the Netherhall's Hall Master. The Netherhall's Hall Master pulled out the dagger and instantly appeared several miles away. His eyes were as cold as ever. The four divine marquises hastily protected the purple-clothed middle-aged man behind them. "Hall Master, what are you doing?" The Vice Palace Master, Elder Xiong, and the others all looked at the Netherhall's Hall Master in shock. At this moment, Mu Tunyang coldly snorted as he landed beside the purple-clothed middle-aged man. He glanced at the purple-clothed middle-aged man's condition before looking at the Vice Palace Master and the others. Isn't it obvious? He's already prepared to side with Qin Feiyang. What? Hall Master, you can't possibly believe Qin Feiyang's nonsense, right? Elder Xiong's eyes trembled as he asked. The Netherhall's Hall Master remained silent. The Vice Palace Master said angrily, "Hall Master, have you forgotten? Qin Feiyang acted against our Netherhall? The second elder even self-destructed because of this, yet you're actually siding with him? How disappointing." Yeah. If the second elder hadn't self-destructed, all of us would have died at his hands. Are we really going to let such a blood feud go just like that? The Netherhall's Grand Elder roared. The third elder, fourth elder, and Elder Xiong were furious as well. Elder Xiong was the fifth elder of the Netherhall. At that time, they were ordered to capture the willow tree, but they were killed instead. It was the second elder who had self-destructed that allowed them to escape with their lives. They had always held a grudge against the second elder for this matter. However, the Netherhall's Hall Master had never said a word. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a mute. Everyone, the Hall Master has made up his mind. There's no need to persuade him anymore. The Vice Palace Master looked at the elders as he spoke, and then he looked at the Netherhall's Hall Master and said, "Hall Master, this is the last time I'm calling you Hall Master. From today onward, you're no longer the leader of our Netherhall." Vice Palace Master, isn't this too rash? The Hall Master might have been muddle-headed for a moment. Try to persuade him again. Elder Xiong said anxiously. Didn't you see? He's already made up his mind to follow Qin Feiyang. What's the point of persuading him? The Vice Palace Master roared. Elder Xiong's eyes trembled. From today onward, I'm the Hall Master of the Netherhall. All of you have to listen to my orders. The Vice Palace Master said. This. The elders exchanged glances. You're not convinced? The Vice Palace Master raised his brows. We wouldn't dare. The elders hurriedly lowered their heads. Don't worry, I won't betray the Netherhall like he did. I'll definitely settle the blood feud with the second elder with Qin Feiyang. The Vice Palace Master said murderously. The elders exchanged glances and smiled. Then they bowed and said, Greetings, Hall Master. The Vice Palace Master raised his head and laughed. Then he looked at the Nether Hall Master and said, Tang Hai, from today onward, we're enemies. Take care of yourself. So, his name is Tang Hai. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he turned to look at Tang Hai. There was only one word to describe this person, profound. Previously, Tang Hai had retreated. Qin Feiyang had thought that Tang Hai would continue fighting him. Qin Feiyang had already planned to kill Tang Hai. However, he had not expected Tang Hai to attack the purple-clad middle-aged man without saying anything. Now, the Vice Palace Master had snatched the Nether Hall Master's position in front of Tang Hai. If it were anyone else, they would have already attacked the Vice Palace Master. However, Tang Hai did not seem to care at all. His expression did not change at all. No one could guess what he was thinking. Originally, Qin Feiyang should have been happy when he saw Tang Hai's actions. However, he could not be happy now. In fact, he was even more wary of Tang Hai. The reason was that he could not see through Tang Hai. He did not know if Tang Hai was really going to follow him. Or was he just putting on an act in front of him to make him careless and then attack him? As a result, he did not dare to move now. The scene fell into dead silence. Suddenly, Tang Hai disappeared again. In an instant, he landed beside the Vice Palace Master and mercilessly stabbed his dagger into the Vice Palace Master's chi. The Vice Palace Master's cultivation was crippled on the spot. Elder Xiong quickly supported the Vice Palace Master. The Vice Palace Master looked at the wound on his lower abdomen and immediately roared in exasperation, "Did you see that? He even attacked me. He has completely betrayed us." Elder Xiong roared angrily, "Tang Hai, you bastard. We'll break off all ties with you." Qin Feiyong looked at Tang Hai with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he took a step forward, held the divine phoenix saber, and charged toward Mu Tianyang and the others. "Qin Feiyong, I'll fight you to the death." The Nether Pavilion's third elder let out a fierce roar and charged towards Qin Feiyong like a mad beast. Boom! In the next moment, his physical body exploded in the void. A wave of qi that could destroy the world suddenly emerged and spread out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Qin Feiyong's expression changed. Mu Tianyang, the four divine marquises, and the purple-clad middle-aged man were also shocked. Even Elder Xiong and the others from the Nether Pavilion, including Tang Hai, did not expect the third elder to self-destruct. The group of people were caught off guard. The destructive energy instantly drowned them. After Qin Feiyong came to his senses, he immediately activated his armor, turned around, and fled. With the dual defense of the armor, the battle formula, and the travel formula, he was soon out of danger. Tang Hai once again displayed that strange speed, disappearing without a trace like lightning. At the same time, Mu Tianyang did not dare to delay for a moment. He immediately led the four divine marquises, the purple-clad middle-aged man, and the people from the Nether Pavilion into the spatial divine item. In the blink of an eye, there was not even a shadow left. Only the ancient castle and the blood blade were still fighting in the sky. Rumble. Crack. This was not the first time a fake god self-destructed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was destructive. A large part of the void was destroyed. The earth was even more fragmented. The air was filled with a tragic atmosphere. In the distance, Qin Feiyong stood in the void, his eyes filled with fear. Even with the dual defense of the armor and the battle formula, his body was still covered in blood. "I've never trusted someone. This is the first time. Don't let me down." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. Qin Feiyong shuddered and hurriedly turned his head to see Tang Hai standing 3 meters behind him. His eyes were like the god of death, with a ruthless coldness. For Tang Hai, this distance was enough to end a person's life in an instant. At this moment, Tang Hai's body was also covered in wounds, like a bloody man. The mask on his face was also shattered, but it was not completely broken, so it was impossible to see his true face. "Thank you for your trust. I swear in the name of my ancestors that I'm not lying to you. But next time, can you not suddenly appear behind me?" Qin Feiyong was quite angry. A person could scare another to death if they tried to scare another. But Tang Hai was silent. He looked up at the ancient castle and the blood blade, his eyes dead silent. Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and also looked up at the ancient castle and the blood blade. After fighting for so long, the blood blade was still not at a disadvantage. This was enough to show that this item was really a heaven-defying artifact, and it was not inferior to the ancient castle. However, Chapter 1697. Suddenly, Tang Hai, who was silent, said, "The ancient castle did not activate the power of law. Is it because it is afraid that both sides will be injured?" "Both sides will be injured?" Qin Feiyong frowned. On the surface, the blood blade and the ancient castle were indeed neck and neck. But, in his heart, he always believed that the ancient castle would be stronger than the blood blade. Because all along, the ancient castle had never disappointed him. In his eyes, the ancient castle was omnipotent. So when he heard Tang Hai's words, he was somewhat unable to accept it. Even if this blood blade was also a heaven-defying divine artifact, there were still differences in strength between heaven-defying divine artifacts. He did not believe that this blood blade could really be compared to the ancient castle. "I believe you." Qin Feiyong looked at the ancient castle and muttered, then retracted his gaze, activated the walk word art, and rushed towards the place where the third elder exploded. As long as the blood blade was still there, Mu Tianyang was still there. This person, no matter what, must stay today. The power of the self-explosion had dissipated a lot. With the double defense of the armor and the battle word art, He could barely withstand it. But Tang Hai still did not dare to enter. Qin Feiyang rushed to the location of the explosion alone, scanning the surrounding void, his eyes incomparably sharp. Although he could enter the center of the explosion, he did not dare to release his divine sense. Because the battle word art and the armor could only protect his physical body, not his divine sense. Once released, there was a 100% chance that it would be instantly shattered. Young master, subordinate has already subdued Shun Bao. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Old Zhao? Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before a sneer flashed across his eyes. He looked at the empty space and said indifferently, Mu Dingyang, I'll give you one last chance. Come out and accept your death immediately. What a big tone. Inside the spatial divine object. The four divine marquises, the deputy palace master, the purple-clothed middle-aged man, and the elders gathered behind Mu Tianyong, looking at Qin Feiyang in the image in front of them, their faces full of ridicule. Can't be careless. Mu Tianyong raised his eyebrows. What is it? Don't tell me he can still kill his way in. The vice palace master said. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even care about those words. But he is Qin Feiyang. As long as it's something Qin Feiyang says, we can't take it lightly. Mu Tianyong said in a deep voice. The deputy palace master frowned and said, You're overthinking it. Shut up. Mu Tianyong turned to look at the vice palace master and said gloomily, How long have you been in contact with Qin Feiyang? Do you know him as well as I do? The vice hall master frowned as a vicious look flashed across his face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Mu Tianyong's attitude. After all, no matter what, he was the Nether Pavilion's master now. Scolding him in front of so many people was clearly not giving him any face. However, even if Mu Tianyong realized this point, he did not change his attitude either. He said with a cold snort, This monarch is telling you, if you dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness when exchanging blows with Qin Feiyang, you will die without a burial ground. Are you really not coming out? Then don't regret it. Outside. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. Mu Tianyong hurriedly looked over and saw a familiar figure appear beside Qin Feiyang out of thin air. It's Zhao Tailai from the Vangu League. The vice palace master and the others were shocked. Outside. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Old Zhao, they must still be here. Lock onto them immediately. Zhao Tailai nodded. His godly aura burst out. Immediately after, divine will emerged and covered all directions. They're still here. Zhao Tailai's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Divine power surged out and a barrier instantly appeared. Lu Xingqian's space divine item was immediately trapped in the barrier. How is this possible, inside the space divine item? Whether it was Mu Tianyong or the vice palace master and the others, they all looked at Zhao Tailai in disbelief. It was actually divine power. This must be a dream. How could Zhao Lai break through to War God? However, the truth was right in front of them. It was indeed divine power and divine power. Could it be Qin Feiyang did not lie to them? He could really remove the devil mark? At the same time, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Tang Hai risked being killed by the remaining power and rushed over. Looking at Zhao Tailai's back, his cold eyes gradually filled with tears. This was caused by excitement. Zhao Tailai's breakthrough to War God was enough to prove that the devil mark had been removed. How many years? Even he himself could not remember how many years he had been troubled by the devil mark. At the same time, because of the devil mark, he had suffered and suffered, spending his days in pain and despair. He finally saw hope. How could he not be excited? But very soon, the tears in his eyes dissipated and were replaced by coldness. Qin Feiyang scanned the divine power enchantment, a cold light shooting out from his eyes, and said, Shatter his space divine item. Zhao Tailai nodded. The divine power was like a waterfall, blasting towards the space divine item. Rumble. However, after a while, the space divine item did not shatter. Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Young master, this person's space divine item is not low level. With this subordinate's current strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to shatter it. Try it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the phoenix god blade flew in front of Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai's eyes lit up. As a former subordinate of Ning Mingyi, it could be said that he knew the power of the phoenix god blade better than Qin Feiyang. As long as Mu Tianyang's space divine item was not at the same level as the ancient castle, it could definitely be split open. He grabbed the phoenix god blade and poured his divine power into it. Clang! The phoenix god blade immediately shook and released a world-destroying power. Divine power and the power of a pseudo-god were two completely different concepts. Using the power of a pseudo-god to revive a divine weapon, no matter how many pseudo-gods there were, they would not be able to fully revive it. But divine power could. Moreover, even if it was only Zhao Lai, he could still revive the power of the phoenix god blade to the extreme. As a large amount of divine power poured in, the aura and sharpness of the phoenix god blade became more and more terrifying. Chirp! All of a sudden, a huge fire phoenix rushed out from the phoenix god blade. The world suddenly turned into a big oven. The fire phoenix had appeared. This was the full power of the phoenix god blade. It could be described as destroying the heavens and earth. Mu Tianyang, what do we do now? The vice palace master and the others, the 4 divine marquises, and the purple-robed middle-aged man all looked at Mu Tianyang with fear. War god. A war god had appeared. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of pseudo-gods, they would not be enough to kill Zhao Tailai, let alone a dozen or so pseudo-gods. Not to mention, in Zhao Tailai's hands, there was still a divine weapon that had given birth to a spirit. Mu Tianyang clenched his fists, his palms sweating as he stared at the scene in front of him in silence. Although his facial features could not be seen clearly, it was not difficult to see from his clenched fists that he was very nervous at this moment. Shatter for me. Outside. Zhao Tailai roared as he raised the phoenix god blade and slashed in the air. A terrifying blade light suddenly tore through the sky and slashed towards the space divine item. Swoosh! At this moment, Mu Tianyang appeared out of thin air and immediately waved his hand. Clang! The blood blade that collided with the ancient castle in the sky immediately dropped the ancient castle and broke through the air. In an instant, the blood blade was placed in front of Mu Tianyang. The blade light struck the blood blade and with a loud bang, the ground was crazily shattered. However, the blade light was instantly disintegrated. Zhao Tailai's gaze trembled as he stared at the blood blade in shock and said, "Young master, what kind of divine weapon is this?" "A heaven-defying divine weapon." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Boom! The ancient castle also carried a terrifying aura as it descended above Qin Feiyang's head. Mu Tianyang glanced at Zhao Lai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother Qin, is there a need for us to fight to the death?" Of course. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Old Zhao, kill!" He grabbed the ancient castle and used the Xing character art to attack Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang immediately grabbed the dagger and faced Qin Feiyang. Clang! The 2 divine weapons collided and sparks flew everywhere. Both of them retreated a few feet. However, Qin Feiyang still had a helper. Zhao Tailai held the phoenix god blade and took the opportunity to rush to Mu Tianyang's side and slashed with his blade. Boom! Mu Tianyang's real body immediately collapsed, and the phoenix god blade's light shattered a large portion of his divine sense. There were at least a few hundred strands. Mu Tianyang was furious. He roared, "You're courting death." His divine sense wrapped around the blood blade and attacked Zhao Lai like a venomous snake. Zhao Tailai did not take it head-on and retreated quickly. The blood blade was too terrifying and could very well destroy the phoenix god blade. At the same time that Mu Tianyang attacked Zhao Tailai, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He used the Xing character art and rushed behind Mu Tianyang. He raised the ancient castle and smashed it on Mu Tianyang's divine sense. Boom! Another few hundred strands of divine sense were destroyed on the spot. Mu Tianyang was furious. He roared, "Qin Feiyang, are you done yet?" "Not yet." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and joined forces with Zhao Tailai to destroy more than 2,000 strands of Mu Tianyang's divine sense. Mu Tianyang was about to condense his divine sense. Right now, his divine sense had already reached more than 90,000 strands. More than 2,000 strands of divine sense, compared to more than 90,000 strands of divine sense, was actually nothing. But he was afraid, because if this continued, his divine sense would be destroyed by Qin Feiyang sooner or later. But now, with Zhao Talai, he did not dare to hide in the spatial divine object, because he was not confident that the spatial divine object could withstand the bombardment of the Phoenix God Blade. He did not dare to let the 4 divine marquises come out to help, because Zhao Talai alone was enough to kill all of them. Could it be that Mu Tianyang have really walked on the path? He was unwilling. Back then, Qin Feiyang was like a grasshopper in his eyes. But now, he was being forced into a desperate situation by Qin Feiyang. I can't die. Blood Blade, quickly activate your power of law. Mu Tianyang roared. Clang. The blood blade suddenly trembled, and an invisible force suddenly rolled out in all directions. Power of law, Qin Feiyang muttered. What kind of power of law did this blood blade possess? The invisible force was earth-shattering, covering tens of thousands of miles. Qin Feiyang, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai were also enveloped by this power of law. At first, they did not notice anything unusual, but soon, they found that their bodies were slowly shrinking and becoming shorter. Zhao Talai was the most obvious. The wrinkles on his face were gradually smoothed out, and his skin slowly became glossy. Chapter 1698. What's going on? Zhao Tailai was stunned. This seems to be rejuvenation? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Rejuvenation? Zhao Lai was slightly stunned and puzzled. Is this the power of the law? Even if it is, it doesn't seem to be scary. Idiot. Rejuvenation, this is one of the power of the law, time reversal. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of a mysterious voice in his mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said to himself, who exactly are you? He had heard this voice before. Last time when he fought with the main tower, this mysterious voice appeared. At that time, this person told him that his destiny was to fight with heaven, earth, and the rules of this world. He also said that he was waiting for him to work hard to grow. Because this was too strange, Qin Feiyang had always remembered this voice. Unexpectedly, this mysterious voice appeared again. Don't worry about who I am. Time reversal is not to rejuvenate you, but to bring you step by step to your death. Didn't you notice? Your current cultivation is also beginning to regress. The mysterious voice said. Cultivation regress. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly sensed his own cultivation. At that moment, his face changed dramatically. Sure enough, as the mysterious voice said, his cultivation was quietly retreating. Looking at Zhao Lai and Tang Hai, it was the same. Age, cultivation, they will continue to regress with the power of the law until finally, you will return to a newborn baby and then completely disappear from the world. This is time reversal. The mysterious voice said. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said anxiously, then is there any way to break it? The way is by your side. Hurry up and work hard, I'm waiting for you to grow. After the mysterious voice finished speaking, it was depressed and never sounded again. He said this again? Qin Feiyang frowned. Last time, the last sentence that the mysterious person said was to hurry up and work hard, I'm waiting for you to grow. This time it was again. What was the relationship between this mysterious person and him? Why was he waiting for him? Why was she waiting for him? He didn't have time to think about it. He glanced around and pondered the mysterious man's words. The way to break the time reversal was right beside him. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the castle, his eyes flashing. That was right. It must be the castle. Time reversed, time stood still. Yes. It was the castle. It was as if he was suddenly enlightened. The Bloodblade's power of law was to reverse time, while the ancient castle's power of law was to stop time. Once time came to a standstill, time could no longer be reversed, and Bloodblade's power of laws would collapse on its own. Castle, please. In the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang hurriedly exclaimed. Clang. The ancient castle trembled in the void, releasing a deafening sound. Following closely. waves of invisible energy gushed out. Immediately, everything here was motionless. My cultivation, what's going on? Zhao Tailai also finally noticed the abnormality in his cultivation base. Furthermore, he was just a hair away from falling to the semi-divinity realm. The Bloodblade's power of law is to reverse time, Qin Feiyang briefly explained. So that's how it is. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for the castle's timely action, he would have fallen off the altar. Tang Hai, who was behind him, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. To be able to stop time and even reverse time, the power of these laws was truly terrifying. Zhao Lai exhaled, looked at Mu Tianyang opposite him and asked, "Is Mu Tianyang frozen now?" "He should have been frozen," Qin Feiyang said, looking up at Mu Tianyang, only to see Mu Tianyang standing motionless in the void, looking at the castle with eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? However, before Qin Feiyang's voice faded, Mu Tianyang's exclamation sounded. "Not frozen?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Mu Tianyang retracted his gaze, looked at Qin Feiyang and exclaimed, "So this is the ancient castle's power of law. It's really powerful, but, speaking of this, the corner of his mouth raised with a hint of ridicule. But what?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "The power of law, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Although your castle can restrain my Bloodblade, it is also because of the Bloodblade's power of law. The ancient castle's power of law can't stop us." Mu Tianyang sneered. Qin Feiyang frowned. "You're powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. We'll settle this score in the future." Mu Tianyang smiled coldly and immediately took the Bloodblade into the spatial divine object. Without the Bloodblade as an opponent, the ancient castle's power of law also dissipated and swept into Qin Feiyang's forehead, disappearing. "Oh Zhao!" Qin Feiyang shouted. Zhao Tailai nodded and released his divine sense. But at the same time, the Nether Hall's deputy hall master and several elders appeared. The group of people was stunned, but when they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, they immediately showed a look of panic. That Zhao Tailai shouted and killed the group of people without hesitation. "Don't kill them!" Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. The group of people who had already fallen into a state of panic immediately self-destructed when they saw that Zhao Tailai was about to kill them. Boom! The destructive aura made even Zhao Tailai, a war god, feel the threat of death. This was because the moment a false god self-destructed, its power reached the level of a war god. Could be said that, at this moment, even an early-stage war god like Zhao Tailai would be fatally injured. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate at all. He took Zhao Lai, Tang Hai, and the ancient castle and entered the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world. Tang Hai scanned the familiar land and was filled with emotions. After going around and around, he ended up back in this place. Zhao Lai looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Young master, why didn't you kill them? Are you trying to subdue them?" "I'm not trying to subdue them." Qin Feiyang sighed. "If you're not trying to subdue them, then what are you trying to do?" Zhao Tailai was puzzled. Looking at their expressions when they appeared, it was obvious that they were thrown out by Mu Tianyang from the spatial divine item when they were caught off guard. Mu Tianyang did this because he wanted to use these people to buy time for himself to escape. He also knew that when we saw these people appear, we would immediately kill them. And in desperation, one of them would definitely self-destruct. That's why I stopped you. Because these people are nothing to worry about now. We can kill them after we kill Mu Tianyang. But now, because of your attack, one of them was so scared that he self-destructed. We can't chase after Mu Tianyang anymore. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Zhao Lai suddenly understood and blamed himself. "Young master, I'm really sorry. Just now, I thought that they appeared to deal with us, so I didn't think so much and directly attacked them." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. In fact, Zhao Tailai couldn't be blamed for this. Because the situation before was a very sudden situation, and it was difficult for ordinary people to react. You're the master of the Black Tortoise realm, so you can control the Black Tortoise realm to chase after them. Tang Hai suddenly said. Even if we chase after them, we need to know the direction they escaped in. To do this, we can only go out and search with our divine sense. But it's too late to go out now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Tang Hai nodded. Although it hadn't been long since the self-destruction, with Mu Tianyang's speed, he must have escaped tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, with Mu Tianyang's cautious character, he definitely wouldn't keep running in one direction. Since they couldn't know the direction Mu Tianyang escaped, there was naturally no way to chase after him. Zhao Tailai blamed himself more and more. He couldn't wait to go out now and turn the ancient world upside down. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said unwillingly, "Young master, let me go out and see if I can find another opportunity." The self-destruction of a fake god. Only at the moment of self-destruction, when the power was at its strongest, could it seriously injure an early-stage war god like Zhao Tailai. And after the self-destruction, the power would gradually weaken, so it naturally couldn't hurt Zhao Tailai. Go out? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. I already said that I don't blame you. Why are you still blaming yourself? In fact, even without this accident, it's almost impossible for us to kill Mu Tianyang. Qin Feiyang added. Because of that blood blade? Zhao Tailai asked. I never thought that this person would hide so deeply. A divine weapon with the power of law. I underestimated him in the past. Qin Feiyang sighed. Hearing this, Zhao Tailai felt a little better. Qin Feiyang exhaled and waved his hand, and an image appeared in the void in front of them. Looking at the scene in the image, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai were stunned. In the image, the deputy temple master and several elders stood together in a sorry state, looking around in horror. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Zhao Tailai was surprised. Why aren't they dead? It's because of the space divine item. Tang Hai suddenly said. Space divine item? The two turned to look at Tang Hai. Because I'm comprehending a divine art, the space divine item has always been under the deputy temple master's control. When the self-destruction happened just now, he must have brought the elders into the space divine item and avoided the fatal blow. But I think the space divine item should have been shattered. Tang Hai said. Shattered? Qin Feiyang was stunned. My space divine item can't be compared to your ancient castle. It's just a very ordinary space divine item and can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. It can't withstand such a violent bombardment. Tang Hai said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. While the three of them were talking, the deputy temple master and several elders in the image looked around and fled toward the southeast. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly and drove the Black Tortoise realm to chase after them. Then, he brought Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai out of the Black Tortoise realm and stood in front of the group. Qin Feiyang. Seeing the three of them suddenly appear, the deputy temple master and the others were immediately scared out of their wits and collapsed on the ground. You're not dead even after that, you're really lucky. Chapter 1699. Plop. The group of people immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, their faces full of fear. Elder Xiong looked at Tang Hai and begged, Palace Master, please save us. However, Tang Hai turned a deaf ear, his expression extremely cold. It's useless to ask anyone for help. Zhao Tailai sneered, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Zhao Tailai, looked at Elder Xiong and asked, where are the others from the Nether Hall? They're all in Mu Tianyang's space divine item. Elder Xiong said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, why are the people of the Nether Hall in Mu Tianyang's space divine item? Our space divine item is too small, it can only hold 20 or 30 people, so after coming to the ancient world, we let the others stay in Mu Tianyang's space divine item. First of all, Mu Tianyang's space divine item has a time array. It can help everyone improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Second of all, his space divine item is of a higher grade. If there's any danger, it can protect everyone. Elder Xiong said in detail. Qin Feiyang said, so, other than you elders, the others are in Mu Tianyang's hands? Elder Xiong nodded. How many people does the Nether Hall have in total, and how many combat emperors? Qin Feiyang said. The Nether Hall has a total of 500,000 people and about 50,000 combat emperors. Among them, there are more than 5,000 9-star combat emperors and more than 1,000 9-star combat emperors at the peak. Elder Xiong said. More than 5,000 9-star combat emperors and more than 1,000 9-star combat emperors at the peak. This Mu Tunyang really got a good deal. Qin Feiyang harumphed coldly. He'll definitely put all of them under his command. With the time array, it won't be long before more false gods are born around him. Zhao Tailai sighed. How can it be that easy? Besides, even if they all reach the semi-divinity realm, they won't pose any threat to us. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. As long as the demon imprint is not removed, they will not be able to step into the war god realm. A false god who can't step into the war god realm will never be a threat to us. Zhao Tailai smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He looked at Elder Xiong and said, Last question, where is Wang Yuanshan? Elder Xiong hurriedly said, he is also hiding in Mu Tianyang's spatial divine object. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he chuckled and said, It seems that I don't need to do anything. His end will be very miserable. He knew very well what kind of person Mu Tianyang was. If the giant python and the fire dragon were still here, he definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, now that the giant python was dead and the fire dragon couldn't even protect himself, he no longer had any worries. Wang Yuanshan's end would definitely be the same as the others from the Nether Hall, becoming Mu Tianyang's prisoner or even cannon fodder. My lord, please spare us. We will follow you like the Hall Master. Look, we are all false gods. We will definitely be of help to you. Elder Xiong looked at Qin Feiyang and begged. The others also had begging expressions. The Vice Hall Master was the same. False gods? With a war god like old Zhao helping me, do you think I still need false gods like you? Besides, Tang Hai will also step into the war god realm soon. Of course. If you had made the same decision as Tang Hai, I definitely wouldn't have killed you. Unfortunately, you continue to choose to go against me. Especially you. Qin Feiyang's gaze landed on the Vice Hall Master and said, Have you been eyeing the position of the Nether Hall's Hall Master for a long time? The Vice Hall Master panicked. He glanced at Tang Hai and shook his head. I haven't. You haven't? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. If that's the case, why did you announce that you're going to succeed the position of Hall Master in front of Tang Hai? The Vice Hall Master stammered. I was angry, yes, I was angry. I saw the Hall Master betraying everyone, so I did those stupid things in a fit of anger. Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. Yes, yes, yes. The Vice Hall Master nodded. Shut up. Qin Feiyang yelled and sneered. What kind of person haven't I seen in this world? Even though I don't know you, I can tell you're a typical hypocrite just by looking at your behavior. I'm not. The Vice Hall Master roared. But suddenly, Tang Hai silently appeared behind the Vice Palace Master and coldly said, Qin Feiyang doesn't understand you, but I do. Since a long time ago, I had already seen that you were an ambitious person. It was only because I saw that you still had some value that I didn't make a move on you. Hall Master, the Vice Hall Master's eyes trembled. He quickly turned to Tang Hai and wanted to explain. But Tang Hai didn't give him a chance to explain. Just as the Vice Hall Master turned around, he grabbed the dagger and stabbed it into the Vice Hall Master's skull. The skull shattered. The dagger went straight to the Vice Hall Master's sea of consciousness, shattering his soul on the spot. With a blood-curdling scream, the Deputy Palace Master died on the spot. Hall Master, we know we're wrong, please don't kill us. Looking at this scene, Elder Xiong and the others couldn't help but tremble and turn pale. Tang Hai's expression was as cold as ever. In a flash, he appeared in front of Elder Xiong. With a light swing of the dagger, Elder Xiong's head fell to the ground. He's gone crazy. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Even if we die, we have to drag him down with us. One of the elders roared and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Obviously, he was going to self-destruct. Humph. Do you think I'll give you the chance to self-destruct? Zhao Dalai snorted coldly and a terrifying pressure rolled out. The group of people was immediately imprisoned there. In fact, even his bloodline power had been sealed up by Zhang Xian. They couldn't even move their brows. Tang Hai raised his hand and the dagger revealed a peerless edge. Bang bang bang. One by one, heads rolled to the ground. Bang. In the end, a few headless corpses fell to the ground and blood spurted out. Qin Feiyang glanced at Elder Xiong and the others, then looked at Tang Hai and said, "You're quite ruthless. A great man must be ruthless. If you want to achieve great things, you have to be ruthless." Tang Hai said, "Ha." Accompanied by a loud laugh, the inner demons appeared from the inner world and looked at Tang Hai. "Not bad, not bad, you're to my liking." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said angrily, "Why did you come out to join in the fun? Such a good talent, if I don't come out, what if you kill him?" The inner demons laughed. "Did I say I was going to kill him?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The inner demons said impatiently, "Cut the crap, I like this person very much. Train him well in the future." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Qin Feiyang glared at him, then looked at Zhao Lai and said, "Go guard the entrance immediately. No matter what happens, don't let Mu Tianyang sneak out of the ancient realm." Zhao Tailai bowed and then returned the Phoenix God Blade to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "You keep it first." This, Zhao Tailai's face was filled with shock. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I'm just lending it to you temporarily. When you find a suitable divine artifact, you have to return it to me." "Thank you, young master." Zhao Dalai quickly bowed and thanked him. "Go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "This subordinate will not disappoint you and guard the entrance." Zhao Tailai said with a serious face, then put away the Phoenix God Blade and disappeared in the direction of the entrance. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand and led Tang Hai and the inner demons into the Black Tortoise realm. Tang Hai hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I have a question for you." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Tang Hai said, "Did you use the slave seal to control Zhao Lai?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Tang Hai was surprised and said, "Then you're not worried about giving the Phoenix God Blade to him? Don't use people you don't trust." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Tang Hai asked, "Then will you use the slave seal to control me?" "Because you're more dangerous than anyone else. Most importantly, I don't know you at all. I can't keep a hidden danger by my side," Qin Feiyang said. "Understood." Tang Hai nodded, grabbed the dagger, and stabbed it into his lower abdomen. His sea of qi was immediately destroyed. Inner demon immediately laughed and said, "Did you see that? What a straightforward and honest person. The more I look at him, the more I like him." "Then you can elope with him," Qin Feiyang said. "Elope?" The inner demons was stunned and said angrily, "Do you know how to speak human language? Don't you like him? I'm fulfilling your wish." Qin Feiyang said, "Get lost." The inner demons glared at him, then suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a smirk, "Boy, you're very arrogant, aren't you? What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang immediately became vigilant. "I'm not interested in you. Why should I be so vigilant? However, I'm very interested in the mermaid princess and Lin Yi. When I find them in the future, I will elope with them in front of you. By the way, I will kidnap Wang Yu and let you die alone." The inner demon smiled sneakily, looking extremely wretched. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and his veins suddenly jumped. But before he could speak, the inner demons slipped into his inner world. "What a bastard!" Qin Feiyang shook his head and scolded with a smile. Tang Hai asked with a strange look, "Is he really your inner demons?" "It's the real deal." Qin Feiyang nodded. "He actually gets along so well with the inner demons," Tang Hai murmured. This kid was truly an oddball. Qin Feiyang gathered his thoughts and formed a seal with both hands. The seal of slavery appeared and disappeared into Tang Hai's head. After controlling Tang Hai's soul, Qin Feiyang took out the heart of origin and removed the devil's seal on Tang Hai. It really works. Tang Hai lowered his head and witnessed the entire process of the devil's seal disappearing. At this moment, His eyes couldn't help but become misty. How many years? How much bitterness? Now, he finally got rid of the damn seal. Qin Feiyang did not disturb Tang Hai and stood aside silently. Chapter 1700. A moment later, Tang Hai finally calmed down, and his eyes were as still as a pool of water. Qin Feiyang landed on the ground with Tang Hai and said, "Take the Spirit Sea pill and get ready to break through." Tang Hai nodded, took out a Spirit Sea pill, threw it into his mouth, and sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, a beast roar was heard. When Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, he saw a golden beast flying over from the distance like a bolt of lightning. That's right. It was the golden leopard that Zhao Tailai had subdued. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Long time no see. Do we know each other?" The golden leopard raised its arrogant head and said coldly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The golden leopard swooped down and landed beside the two of them. It glanced at Tang Hai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." A joke? Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Well, can you help me get rid of the devil mark?" The golden leopard grinned and its eyes were full of flattery. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The golden leopard was stunned and hurriedly said, "Didn't Zhao Tailai say that you would help me?" "That's what he said, not me." "Go find him," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Zhao, you lied to me. I'm not done with you. Where are you hiding? Come out and die." The golden leopard roared fiercely. Qin Feiyang looked on coldly. "Where is Zhao Tailai?" The golden leopard looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The golden leopard raised its eyebrows and said, "Didn't he go out to help you just now? How can you not know?" I don't know. Qin Feiyang shrugged. "Bastard." The golden leopard was furious. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and said, "I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously." "A joke?" The corner of the golden leopard's mouth twitched, and it said angrily, "How can you joke about such things? Don't you like to joke? Then I'll definitely give you face and play with you." Qin Feiyang said. The golden divine leopard teased, "I didn't expect you to be so vengeful." "I'm a very vengeful person. So, in the future, don't fall into my hands. In short, since you've already chosen to follow old Zhao, then you have to do your part and fulfill your duty," Qin Feiyang said. "This is between me and old Zhao. What does it have to do with you? What a busybody." The golden leopard said unhappily. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Zhao Lai is one of my people. Do you think it has anything to do with me?" All right. I promise that I will wholeheartedly assist Zhao Tailai in maintaining world peace in the future." The golden divine leopard waved its claws and said impatiently, "Maintaining world peace?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This guy really knew how to talk nonsense. He didn't say anything else. He took out the Heart of Origin and helped the golden divine leopard remove the demon mark. "What is this? Why is it such a divine artifact?" The golden divine leopard looked at the Heart of Origin curiously. "It's none of your business." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Heart of Origin entered his glabella and went straight into his sea of consciousness. "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. What's the big deal?" The golden divine leopard pursed its lips and asked, "Can you tell me where Zhao Tailai is now?" Qin Feiyang said, "He's at the entrance of the ancient world." The golden divine leopard's eyes lit up, and it urged, "Hurry up and send me out. I've never been outside before." Qin Feiyang said, "Answer me first. Can the hearts of pseudo-god divine beasts also remove the demon mark?" The golden divine leopard was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Who told you that? That's complete nonsense." "Nonsense?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Think about it yourself. We are also controlled by the demon mark. How can we use our hearts to remove the demon mark?" The golden divine leopard said, "Is the mysterious man lying to me?" Qin Feiyang muttered. He looked at the golden divine leopard and asked, "Then why does the python forbid anyone from harming pseudo-god divine beasts like you?" "This," the golden divine leopard stammered. "Speak!" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Alas! The golden divine leopard sighed and said, "We used to be the subordinates of the python. It forbade humans to hunt us in order to protect us." "You are the subordinates of the python?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The golden divine leopard nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't it let you kill me when I went against it? Even it was no match for you, let alone us. If it let us kill you, wouldn't it be sending us to our deaths in vain?" The golden divine leopard said. "That's true." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You're not modest at all." The golden divine leopard pouted. "It's the truth. Why should I be modest?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, "In other words, all the divine beasts in the black tortoise world used to be its subordinates." The golden divine leopard nodded. "That old thing is indeed lying to me." Qin Feiyang muttered. "Old thing? Who is it?" The golden divine leopard asked curiously. Qin Feiyang said, "The sealed divine artifact in the soul-sealing valley." "It looked for you?" The golden divine leopard was surprised. "You know about it too?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I've heard of it. According to the python, it used to be a great demon. Countless creatures died in its hands. It's a very terrifying existence." The golden divine leopard said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you know why it was sealed in the soul-sealing valley?" "I think it's because it offended its creator. I'm not sure about the specific reason. However, you have to be careful. If this demon breaks the seal, I'm afraid we'll all be finished." The golden divine leopard said. "I know that this guy doesn't have good intentions, so I haven't let it out." Qin Feiyang said. The golden divine leopard said, "It's best to seal it there forever." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Are you done? If you're done, send me out." "It wasn't easy to get rid of the python. I have to go and have some fun." The golden divine leopard laughed. "There's nothing in the ancient world. How are you going to have fun?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "The entrance to the ancient world is in the southeast. I'll warn you again. Don't go against me." The ancient city they were in was in the northwest, so the entrance was naturally in the southeast. "Relax, relax." The golden divine leopard waved its claws and said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the golden divine leopard disappeared. Not long after, Tang Hai opened his eyes. His aura had already recovered to its peak state. Boom! What followed was a breakthrough. A phenomenon occurred, and heaven and earth rumbled. Not long after, Tang Hai successfully stepped into the war god realm. Is this the power of the war god? Feeling the surging power in his body that was many times stronger than before, Tang Hai couldn't help but feel excited. "Congratulations." Qin Feiyang smiled. Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang, restrained his aura, knelt on one knee on the ground, and said respectfully, "Tang Hai greets young master." "Get up. There's a rule here." Qin Feiyang said. "What rule?" Tang Hai got up and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "After breaking through to the war god realm, you can subdue a divine beast as a mount. The divine leopard from before is Zhao Tailai's seat." "Mount," Tang Hai murmured and said, "Young master, if I really have to choose a mount, I will choose Yu Huang." "Yu Huang?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Young master doesn't know, but I cultivate a divine art called the Nether God art. This Nether God art may not be as good as your Dragon God art, but it's not something an ordinary divine art can compare to." Tang Hai said. "Nether God art?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Your strange speed is because of the Nether God art." "The Nether God art can turn a person into a ghost-like existence. Even if I stand behind you and don't say anything, you won't be able to discover my existence. So, if other beasts follow me, not only will they not be able to help me, but they will also restrict me. But Yu Huang is different. It naturally has no aura. If we join forces, it will be like adding wings to a tiger." Tang Hai said. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "I have no objection, but it depends on whether Yu Huang agrees or not." "Why does it have to agree or not? Isn't it your spirit pet?" Tang Hai said. "It's my friend, not my spirit pet. From the beginning, I didn't use the enslavement seal to control it. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang said, Youang's character is extremely eccentric. It won't be easy to make it follow you willingly. I understand. This matter is not urgent. Let's take it slow. Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Then, what's the grade of the dagger in your hand? Tang Hai said, It's the same grade as the divine phoenix blade. It also gave birth to a spirit? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Tang Hai nodded. No wonder it can compete with the divine phoenix blade. Qin Feiyang murmured and said with a smile, Very good. With you and old Zhao, Mu Tianyang can only run for his life when he sees me in the future. Although Mu Tianyang was once the god of war, he is headstrong and arrogant. It will be difficult for him to achieve great things. Tang Hai said coldly, full of disdain in his words. Don't say that. He must be extraordinary to be able to become a strong opponent of my ancestor. When facing him, it's better to be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. This subordinate will remember. Tang Hai bowed and said, You've been in the ancient world for a while. Do you know what's here? Qin Feiyang asked. I don't know. When the giant python brought us to the ancient world, it ordered us not to run around. So, during this year, we have been in seclusion. Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang said, I heard from the fire python that there are many divine objects hidden here. We have to go out and take a look. Divine objects? Fire python. Tang Hai was doubtful. The fire python is the giant python's child and is also the guardian of the miracle. Qin Feiyang said. The giant python's child? Why would it tell you this? Tang Hai was surprised. Not only did it tell me about the ancient world, but it also sent me here. This is a long story. Let's go out first and look for the divine objects while we talk. Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 1701. After leaving the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang took Tang Hai to search aimlessly in the ancient world. At the same time, they were also looking for traces of Mu Tianyang and his group. Everywhere they went, it was a desolate scene. Staying in such a place for too long would make people unconsciously irritated and depressed. The ancient world at night was even more creepy. There was only darkness and dead silence. So that's how it is. Hearing Qin Feiyang's explanation, Tang Hai nodded in realization. He did not expect that so many things would happen after they left the Black Tortoise world. In a flash, 3 days had passed. Early in the morning, the two flew over a mountain ridge, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Hundreds of miles ahead, there was a very large ancient city. It was even several times larger than the ancient city where Mu Tianyang and the others were hiding. The broken city walls were 50 to 60 meters high, exuding a cold aura. The streets and the buildings on both sides were also dilapidated. But even so, it could not hide its former glory. Above the city gate, one could vaguely see 3 words stained with ruins. Sealed Moon City. The two flew over the city gate like lightning, and a rotten and desolate smell immediately hit them in the face. Tang Hai glanced at the deserted city and whispered, Young master, be careful, I have an ominous feeling. I have the same feeling. Qin Feiyang said. The two were especially vigilant, landing on a street in the city one after another, and walked towards the center of the city. The houses on both sides were all in ruins. Broken walls could be seen everywhere. The street where the two were was even more silent. Clang. Suddenly, an ear-piercing metallic sound rang out in a house next to them. It was like the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Tang Hai immediately looked at the house, and a shocking cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't be impulsive, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, but he was still a step too late. As he spoke, Tang Hai took a step forward and flew into the house. The inside of the house was also extremely dilapidated. The furniture was already rotten and covered with cobwebs. However, scanning the entire house, Tang Hai did not find anything suspicious. The metallic sound that suddenly sounded before did not appear again. After looking for a while, Tang Hai left the house without saying a word and returned to Qin Feiyang's side, shaking his head at Qin Feiyang. It seems that there is indeed something unknown in this city. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and continued to move forward. Clang. After walking for about a dozen miles, the familiar metallic sound once again rang out from a house on the side of the street without any warning. Tang Hai immediately teleported and rushed into the house. However, still did not find anything. This strange situation made the two more vigilant. Next, every once in a while, the sound would again. However, no matter how fast Qin Feiyang and his companion were, they couldn't find the source of the sound. It was like a ghost haunting it. About an hour passed. Finally, the Tang Yi and Tang palaces. The palace was over 1,000 feet tall and had a total of over a dozen floors. It covered an area of about half a mile. The walls were riddled with holes and looked extremely dilapidated. Clang. However, just as the Tang Yi and Tang Yi were about to enter the main hall, the familiar sound sounded again. And it came from the main hall in front of them. A cold light flashed in Tang Hai's eyes. His divine power rolled out and rushed toward the main hall. But at the same time, a sword chi swept out from the main hall. It was so sharp that it actually wiped out Tang Hai's divine power and slashed toward Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Tang Hai was now the god of war. Even his divine power could be wiped out? One could imagine how terrifying this sword chi was. He immediately soared into the sky and looked down at the main hall. His brows were tightly knitted together. Tang Hai was also quite surprised. After coming back to his senses, he immediately waved his hand. Divine power roared out and blasted toward the sword chi. With a loud bang, an apocalyptic wave of energy surged out in all directions. In just a moment, the entire ancient city was razed to the ground. Billowing dust and smoke covered the sky. At the same time, Tang Hai was forced to take a few steps back. His eyes were extremely fierce. As he waved his hand, a gust of wind rose and the dust dissipated. Immediately, Tang Hai and Qin Feiyang were stunned. The main hall in front of them was still there. One had to know. The collision between divine power and sword chi destroyed the entire castle in an instant. The main hall should have been the first to be destroyed. But now it was still standing in front of them. Above the main hall, there were wisps of sword chi, forming a boundary. It was this boundary that protected the main hall. Don't play tricks. Get out here. Tang Hai shouted. The black dagger appeared. Divine power surged into the dagger and the dagger glowed with black divine light. Streaks of world-destroying sharpness turned into a huge wave, surging toward the main hall from all directions. Clang! But at the same time, a wave of sword chi also surged out of the main hall. The sword chi and the light met again. Boom! The earth shattered and the void collapsed. This time, Tang Hai was forced to take a few steps back. His face was faintly pale. What the hell is inside? High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang's brows furrowed even more. The reason why he said it was something was because he did not sense the aura of humans or beasts in the main hall. The Netherworld sword. After suffering one loss after another, Tang Hai was really angry. He waved his big hand. With a roar of divine power, a pitch-black giant sword appeared in the air. The huge sword was more than 10,000 feet long. It was surrounded by black flames and had a destructive edge. This was a divine art. Destroy! With Tang Hai's shout, the Netherworld sword slashed toward the main hall. Clang! Another terrifying sword chi surged out of the main hall and rushed toward the Netherworld sword. Boom! The two were in a stalemate in the void. I want to see what kind of monster you are. Tang Hai's eyes flashed with killing intent. The dagger in his hand flew out and blasted toward the sword chi. Under the dual bombardment of the Netherworld sword and the dagger, the sword chi was instantly annihilated. The Netherworld sword and the dagger blasted toward the main hall. Accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the main hall was smashed into pieces. At that moment, a black broadsword appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. The broadsword was suspended in the air. It was 3 feet long and 5 fingers wide. A divine artifact? The two were stunned. It was unbelievable. All this time, it was actually a divine artifact that was causing trouble in the dark. Wait. Suddenly, the two looked at the body of the broadsword. They found that the broadsword was actually incomplete. On the blade, not only were there more than a dozen wide openings, but there were also a few clear cracks on the body of the sword. It gave people the feeling that with a little force, the broadsword would be torn apart. Such a divine artifact was already considered a scrap. But at this moment, it could actually release such a terrifying sword chi? Furthermore, he didn't see anyone around. If there was no one, how could the broadsword show a state of recovery? Could it be? Was it self-recovery? How dare you play tricks in front of me? See how I destroy you. Tang Hai glanced at the broadsword, and a cold light suddenly burst out from his eyes. The netherworld sword and the dagger shattered the sky and slashed toward the broadsword. Clang. The broadsword trembled in the void and turned around to escape. Swish. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang used the move formula and stood in front of it. Clang. The broadsword did not retreat and directly slashed toward Qin Feiyang. The sharpness was extremely terrifying. You have guts to dare to attack me. It seems that a fake god like me can't enter your eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, took out the ancient castle, and faced it like a brick. Clang. Suddenly, sparks flew everywhere. The broadsword was torn apart immediately. At the same time, within the broadsword, there was a wail like that of a ghost. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Tang Hai's eyes were also full of surprise. Why was there a wail? Just as the two of them were stunned, a black light swept out from a fragment and fled into the distance without looking back. What is that? Is it an artifact spirit? Qin Feiyang looked at the black light, his eyes full of surprise. Tang Hai also came back to his senses. His figure flickered, and in a few breaths, he caught up with the black light with the dagger and the netherworld sword. Divine power surged and turned into a cage, imprisoning the black light inside. Boom! The black light frantically bombarded the cage. The cage was distorted. Seeing that it was about to break, Tang Hai controlled the netherworld sword and the dagger, and said, "If you dare to move again, I will destroy your soul." The black light immediately became obedient, floating in the cage, constantly trembling. It seemed to be trembling because of fear. Qin Feiyang put away the ancient castle and rushed to Tang Hai's side. Looking at the black light, his brows furrowed. Tang Hai said, "Young master, it should be the artifact spirit of that artifact." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What do you mean?" Tang Hai was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pondered and said, "Its aura is somewhat familiar." Familiar? Tang Hai frowned. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said, "It's an undead." Tang Hai was shocked. The aura it emits is exactly the same as the undead in the desert of the Undead Mountain Range. Qin Feiyang said. "Undead." Tang Hai looked up at the black light, his eyes full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the cage, looked at the undead inside, and said, "I will ask you a few questions. As long as you answer me honestly, I will let you live." The undead seemed to understand Qin Feiyang's words and turned into a blurry black shadow. Although the appearance could not be seen clearly, from the outline, it should be a woman, because the outline of its waist was very slender. There were also two bulges on its chest. Qin Feiyang said, "After we entered the city, you repeatedly made sounds. Are you warning us not to approach this hall?" The undead was silent for a while and nodded. "Why did you stop us?" "In the hall, there doesn't seem to be anything that interests us," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the undead did not have any reaction. "Speak!" Tang Hai shouted, full of murderous intent. But the undead was still indifferent. "You're courting death." Tang Hai waved his hand, and the sword and dagger suddenly fell. "Don't do it first." Chapter 1702. Tang Hai hurriedly waved his hand, the netherworld sword and dagger immediately stopped, looking at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the undead. "Let's talk in another way. Are you guarding something here?" "Guarding?" Tang Hai was surprised and looked at the undead suspiciously. But the undead still didn't respond. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. As long as you're willing to tell me, I'll let you go right away." The undead didn't move. Qin Feiyang didn't rush it and just silently looked at it. A moment later, the undead finally nodded. Qin Feiyang was secretly happy and asked, "What are you guarding?" The undead pointed at the hall. Qin Feiyang hurriedly turned around to look. The hall was already shattered, and there was nothing left. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang glanced at the broken ground. Could it be the thing it was guarding was underground? Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Tang Hai, quickly use your inner sight to search the underground." Tang Hai was surprised, then released his inner sight and rushed into the ground. So, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you find something?" "Yes, there's a secret room underground. In the secret room, there's a broken skeleton. Next to the skeleton is a Qiankuan bag and a rusty axe," Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang looked at the undead and asked, "Is this what you're guarding?" The undead nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "Why are you guarding these things? Is it related to you?" The undead was silent for a while, then nodded again. "It's really related?" Qin Feiyang was surprised, then suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Could it be that the skeleton in the secret room is you?" The undead nodded. "No wonder you wanted to drive us away, so you didn't want us to destroy your body. Don't worry, we won't destroy your body. I'll keep my word and let you go." Qin Feiyang smiled at the undead, then turned to Tang Hai and said, "Let's go down." Tang Hai nodded. Divine power gushed out from his body as he brought Qin Feiyang straight underground. The cage that trapped the undead also dissipated. The undead immediately turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the city. At the same time, from the north, two silhouettes streaked across the sky like lightning. It was an old man and a young boy. The old man was in his 60s and his hair was mottled with white spots. He held a walking stick in his hand and his body was stooped. He wore black linen clothes and his aura was unfathomable. The younger one was a young man about 20 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and was also wearing a black linen robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as a sharp blade. The aura of the young man was extremely terrifying too. What about the city? The young man came to the outside of the ancient city. When he saw the destroyed city, his eyes were full of surprise. The old man scanned the void and said in a deep voice, "There are still obvious battle fluctuations here. It seems that someone has beaten us to it." "Bastard!" The young man was flustered and exasperated. His eyebrows were full of hostility. Suddenly, at a certain spot in the void, he caught sight of a black shadow. That's right. It was the undead. The young man hurriedly pointed at the undead and shouted, "Second Grandpa, it's her." The black-clothed old man's eyes flashed. He took a step forward as if he had teleported. In a few breaths, he stood in front of the undead. Seeing the black-clothed old man, the undead was obviously a little panicked and quickly turned around to flee. "Pumph!" The black-clothed old man snorted coldly. The walking stick in his hand stamped on the void, and a terrifying divine power suddenly rushed toward the undead. "Second Grandpa, don't kill her." The young man hurriedly flew over. The black-clothed old man waved his hand, and the divine power immediately turned into a cage of more than 100 feet, imprisoning the undead. Then he looked at the young man who flew away and asked, "Why don't you kill her?" The young man landed beside the black-clothed old man and said with a sinister smile, "3 days ago, I almost died in her hands. How can I let her die so easily?" The black-clothed old man nodded, and the cage quickly shrank. Finally, the cage shrank to the size of a palm. The undead was trapped inside just like that. The young man stepped forward, grabbed the cage, and sneered, "When I get the treasures you left behind, I'll take care of you slowly." Finished. He looked at the black-clothed old man and urged, "Second Grandpa, let's hurry up. Don't let others beat us to it. Lead the way." The black-clothed old man said. The young man immediately led the black-clothed old man to the location of the main hall. Back to Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. At this moment, the two were standing in front of a stone door. The stone door was 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, exuding a strong and ancient aura. The secret room that Tang Hai had explored before was behind this stone door. Tang Hai took out a black dagger and slashed at the stone door. Crack! The stone door was directly split into two halves. Everything inside immediately appeared in front of the two of them. The secret room was about 10 feet long. The skeleton was sitting cross-legged in the center of the secret room. On the ground beside it, there was a chinkuan bag and an axe. The axe, as Tang Hai said, was indeed rusty. Qin Feiyang was about to enter the secret room, but Tang Hai suddenly reached out to stop him. Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai suspiciously. Tang Hai, however, glanced at the secret room warily, then entered the secret room and carefully checked it. After confirming that there was no danger, he nodded to Qin Feiyang. "This person is quite careful." Qin Feiyang muttered, entered the secret room, and went straight to the skeleton. The skeleton was missing an arm. Several bones on its back were also broken. Obviously, the skeleton was seriously injured before it died. Qin Feiyang carefully looked at the skeleton's sternum and pelvis, and nodded. "This is indeed the skeleton of a woman. It seems that the undead did not lie to us, but who injured her?" The skeleton of a woman and a man were different in some places, and it was easy to distinguish. "It doesn't matter who injured her. What's important is the chinkuan bag and this axe," Tang Hai said, grabbing the chinkuan bag with one hand and the axe with the other. The axe was very small, about the size of an adult's palm. There was a skull on the handle. The whole axe was covered with a layer of rust, and there was no aura, nor any sharpness. It looked like an ordinary axe with rust. Qin Feiyang looked at the skeleton again, walked to Tang Hai, and said, "Let me see." Tang Hai handed the axe to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the axe, carefully observed it for a while, and gently flicked the blade with his fingers. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's face was full of horror. With such a gentle flick, his finger was cut by the axe blade. Buzz, clang, and at the same time, the axe blade trembled, vibrating with an extremely deep, metallic sound without any impurities. This sound, Tang Hai stared at the axe and Qin Feiyang's bleeding finger, his eyes full of surprise. One had to know. Qin Feiyang had the body of a pseudo-god, and it had been tempered by the essence of the divine flesh. The strength of his physical body could be said to be far beyond that of other pseudo-gods. Ordinary weapons could not hurt him at all. Not to mention, such a rusty axe. It was rusty, but it could still hurt Qin Feiyang. What did this mean? It meant this was not an ordinary axe at all. Just when the two of them were surprised, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, two figures rushed into the secret room. It was the young man and the old man in black. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai came back to their senses and looked up at the two. When they saw the imprisoned dead spirit in the young man's hands, their pupils suddenly shrank. They had personally experienced the strength of the dead spirit, which was comparable to a god of war, but it was actually captured by these two people. Qin Feiyang could see through the young man's cultivation at a glance. 9-star combat emperor at the peak realm. But Qin Feiyang could not see through the old man in black's cultivation. Tang Hai said telepathically, "I can't see through his cultivation either." What? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Even Tang Hai could not see through it? Could it be that this old man was a god of war at the initial stage? The young man and the old man in black were also sizing up Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai at the same time. These two people are not simple. That young man has a pseudo-god, and the masked man is a god of war at the initial stage. The most important thing is that I have never seen them before. The old man in black said to himself. Pseudo-god, initial stage god of war. The young man murmured with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you steal this young master's treasure?" "Your treasure?" Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in a daze and said suspiciously, "Isn't this the dead spirit's? How did it become yours?" "If I say it's mine, then it's mine," the young man said proudly. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. He thought, this young man and old man might have some relationship with the dead spirit. But in the end he was thinking too much. The young man was simply trying to snatch it by force. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze and looked at the old man in black. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Senior, we are all reasonable people. Everything should be based on first come, first served. This young master has long had his eyes on the things here. Now tell this young master, who came first and who came later?" The young man said. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man and said faintly, "There seems to be a difference between having your eyes on it and getting it." "What? Are you really going to take it for yourself in front of this young master?" The young man's eyes were cold, and he looked at Qin Feiyang playfully and asked. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He looked at the old man in black and said with a smile, "Senior, is that what you mean? Or you? Which force do you belong to? Why haven't this old man seen you before?" The old man in black didn't answer but asked instead, "Which force?" Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other. What did he mean? Were there many people in this ancient world? Seeing Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai didn't speak for a long time, the old man in black raised his eyebrows slightly and shouted, "Speak!" At the same time, divine power emerged and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. "Give an inch and you want a mile." Tang Hai secretly snorted and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the young man. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, and he grabbed the young man's neck. "What? So fast?" The old man in black changed his expression. Chapter 1703. Tang Hai grabbed the young man and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. The black-clothed old man's face darkened, and he shouted, "Let him go. If I let him go just because you said so, how can I give you face? Actually, I've already given you enough face. Because at first, I didn't make a move, and I even respectfully called you senior. But what about you? Taking advantage of your seniority and arrogance. I want to ask, who the hell are you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Qin Feiyang sneered. This merciless humiliation made the black-clothed old man's face turn green and red. He said word by word, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." "Arrogant? I'm still considered low-key. You didn't see when I was even more arrogant." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, looked at Tang Hai, and said, "Give me your dagger." Tang Hai handed the dagger in his hand to Qin Feiyang. Divine weapon. The black-clothed old man stared at the dagger, and his eyes trembled slightly. With his eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this dagger was extraordinary. He finally realized that something was wrong. This time, he might have kicked an iron plate. Qin Feiyang took the dagger, glanced at the black-clothed old man, and said with a faint smile, "You said I'm arrogant, right? Then I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at the young man's arm. The young man suddenly screamed, and his arm was cut off on the spot, and blood spurted out of the bowl-sized wound. The trapped undead also slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. The young man roared, "How dare you cut off my arm? You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Tang Hai's eyes. He raised his other arm and slammed it on the young man's mouth. Crack! The young man's teeth were shattered on the spot. His mouth was also badly mutilated, and the pain was heart-wrenching. "You'd better shut up, or you won't even know how you died." Qin Feiyang looked at the young man contemptuously, then returned the dagger to Tang Hai. Then he bent down, picked up the imprisoned undead, and asked, "Are you okay?" The undead struggled madly in the cage. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the black-clothed old man. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Let her go immediately." "You know her?" The black-clothed old man frowned. "No, I don't," Qin Feiyang said. "I don't know her. Why are you helping her?" The black-clothed old man didn't understand. "It's my pleasure. What can you do about it?" Qin Feiyang grinned. The black-robed old man's face was gloomy as he said, "You'd better figure out who is standing in front of you right now." "Really? Then tell me, who are you?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "An existence you can't afford to offend." The black-clothed old man said word by word. "Can't afford to offend him." Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Then I will also let you see the consequences of provoking me. Old Tang, cut off his other arm for me." "How dare you?" The black-clothed old man was furious. However, before his voice died away, the young man let out a painful scream. The other arm was cut off cleanly by Tang Hai. Then Tang Hai glanced at the black-clothed old man, his eyes full of ridicule. Second grandpa listened to him. "Let the undead go." The young man roared. It was too late for regrets. How could he be so unlucky to meet two people who were as good as him? "You will pay the price." The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang with a grim expression. With a wave of his old arm, the cage was immediately shattered. The undead escaped and hid behind Qin Feiyang's back. "Let him go!" The black-clothed old man shouted. "Let him go!" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, "Do you think I am an idiot? If I let him go, you will immediately attack us. What do you want?" The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice. "Tell me, who are you? Why are you in the ancient world?" Qin Feiyang said. The black-clothed old man was stunned and said in surprise, "You are not from the ancient world. Is there a difference?" Qin Feiyang said calmly. The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and said in a deep voice, "You are indeed not from the ancient world." Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't say that. This is just your wishful thinking. Stop pretending. What kind of people have I not seen? You want to pretend in front of me? You are still too young." The black-clothed old man sneered. Qin Feiyang revealed an astonished expression. "This old thing is quite perceptive." He smiled and said, "It seems that you won't tell me. If that's the case, I can only use my own methods to obtain the answer I want." Finished. He formed a seal with both hands. A puppet imprint appeared and entered the young man's head like lightning. Boom. But when the puppet imprint entered the young man's head and rushed to his soul, it seemed to have touched some taboo. A terrifying killing intent suddenly rushed out from the young man's soul. The puppet imprint shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang's body trembled and he suffered a backlash. The purple gold dragon blood in his mouth spurted out. What? It's actually the purple gold dragon blood. The black-clothed old man stared at the purple gold dragon blood in horror and roared, "Who are you to Qin Badian?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "How do you know Qin Badian?" Boom. However, before he finished speaking, the killing intent in the young man's sea of consciousness suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows and rushed toward Tang Hai. At this moment, even Tang Hai felt the threat of death. Without any hesitation, he directly threw the young man away and took Qin Feiyang and the undead. He smashed the stone above the secret room with a punch and rushed to the ground like lightning. The black-clothed old man quickly went forward and caught the young man. He asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Second grandpa, we must not let them escape." The young man said resentfully. "Don't worry, they can't escape." The black-clothed old man smiled and chased out like lightning. The killing intent also rushed into the young man's eyebrows and disappeared. Qin Feiyang. Tang Hai had already rushed to the ground with him and the undead. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Tang Hai, what was that?" "That was the killing intent of a war god. And the owner of that killing intent was stronger than that old man. According to my estimation, he was at least a war god in the Deshang stage." Tang Hai said, "War god in the Deshang stage." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Who are these people? What secrets were hidden in this ancient world? Why did they recognize the ancestor? The fire python said that the ancestor was directly forced to the third floor and had never been to the ancient world. It was reasonable to say that the people here should not know the ancestor. What was going on? Boom. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, the black-clothed old man flew out from the ground with a murderous aura. Tang Hai's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. We can't fight him head-on." "What are you afraid of?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and took out the ancient castle. "I want to understand all of this. Cripple him for me." When Tang Hai saw the ancient castle, his confidence soared. "Surrender immediately and I'll spare your lives." The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai and shouted. His terrifying divine power rushed toward the two of them. "I'll return this sentence to you word for word. Tang Hai smiled coldly and grabbed the ancient castle. His god powers surged into the castle like a tide. Boom! The ancient castle suddenly released a shocking power. The black-clothed old man's body trembled and he stared at the ancient castle in surprise. Tang Hai took a step forward and directly faced the black-clothed old man's divine power. The power of the ancient castle destroyed the world. With a boom, the divine power immediately collapsed. The black-clothed old man was dumbfounded. What kind of divine artifact was this? How could it contain such terrifying power? At this time, the young man also flew out. When he saw the ancient castle, an indescribable fear suddenly emerged in his heart. Even the guardian of the miracle doesn't dare to challenge the young master. Where did you borrow the courage from? With the ancient castle in hand, the world was mine. Tang Hai was in high spirits and unscrupulously charged toward the black-clothed old man. Guardian of the miracle. The black-clothed old man's face became even paler. He decisively turned around and fled with the young man. Qin Feiyang shouted, "You must not let them escape." Tang Hai didn't even turn his head as he responded. His footsteps were strange as he chased after the two men. "Although I obtained the treasure you left behind when you were alive, I also saved your life just now. We can be considered even. In the future, you're on your own." Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the undead and said a few words. He then used the walk formula and chased after Tang Hai. The undead turned into a human figure, suspended in the void, as if watching Qin Feiyang's back. A moment later, the undead also turned into an afterimage and disappeared like lightning. His speed is really fast. In the sky above the desolate land, the black-clothed old man fled with the young man. The young man turned his head and looked at Tang Hai, who was chasing behind him, his face full of shock. The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice, "He should have mastered an extremely terrifying auxiliary divine art." "Then can we escape?" The young man panicked. "Of course." The black-clothed old man smiled contemptuously and said, "Although his speed is very fast, this old man is not to be trifled with." But that young man really surprised this old man. "Young man? You mean the person with the purple gold dragon blood?" The young man said. "Who else could it be? The purple gold dragon blood is the rarest bloodline power in the world. It is said that only the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon have such bloodline power." The black-clothed old man said, "The descendant of the purple gold divine dragon? Could it be that he is the child of the purple gold divine dragon and a human?" The young man said, "Most likely. Otherwise, how could he have the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood? Do you still remember that there was a person called Qin Batian?" The black-clothed old man said, "I remember. Although I was very young at that time, many people were talking about him." The young man said, "Qin Batian also has the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood. These two people must have an unusual relationship. This person is very likely to be the descendant of Qin Batian." The black-clothed old man said, "So what if he is the descendant of Qin Batian?" The young man was puzzled. "You don't understand. Those who have the purple gold dragon blood have extraordinary talent and are all people with great luck. As long as they don't die prematurely, they will become great people. The most important thing is that when Qin Batian entered the ancient world, he offended many people. As the saying goes, the son pays the father's debt. If that person is really the descendant of Qin Batian, we can use him to achieve our goal." Chapter 1704. What purpose? The young man was surprised. The black-robed old man shook his head and said, "You are too weak now. There are some things you should not know. I am already a 9-star combat emperor at the peak of the martial emperor realm. I am 1 step away from the pseudo-god realm. Is this still too weak?" The young man was not convinced. Is a 9-star combat emperor at the peak of the martial emperor realm that great? Do you know how long that young man has been cultivating? According to this old man's observation, he has only cultivated for 100 or 200 years at most, but he has already stepped into the pseudo-god realm. Compared to him, you are still far behind. So don't be complacent. There are many people who are stronger than you. The black-robed old man reprimanded mercilessly. The young man pursed his lips and said, "He has the power of the purple gold dragon blood. Of course he is faster than me." "That's not the point. Forget it. You have too little experience. You might not be able to understand some things even now." After the black-robed old man finished speaking, the divine light under his feet surged, and his speed suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Tang Hai's sight. Tang Hai raised his eyebrows and stopped decisively. So, Qin Feiyang caught up, glanced at the void and asked, "Where is he?" "That old man's cultivation is higher than mine, and he also cultivated an auxiliary divine art. I can't catch up." Tang Hai shook his head. "Damn it." Qin Feiyang cursed secretly. Tang Hai bowed and said, "Young master, please punish me. This is not your fault." "Why should I punish you?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, glanced around the land, and murmured, "This ancient world is really an interesting place." "I don't find it interesting. I just feel that danger is everywhere," Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He looked at Tang Hai and said, "I am really curious. What kind of face is under your mask?" Tang Hai instinctively touched the mask below. It was broken? He was stunned. Then he remembered that it seemed to have broken when the third elder exploded. He immediately turned around, took out a brand new mask, and put it on his face. From the beginning to the end, he did not let Qin Feiyang see his real face. "You are not a woman. Why are you hiding it?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Tang Hai said, "My appearance is too scary. I'm afraid I'll scare you." "Lame excuse." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Tang Hai did not seem to want to continue discussing this issue. He asked, "What are we going to do next?" "That old man knows the ancestor. When he sees that I also have purple gold dragon blood, he will definitely connect me to the ancestor. I think that if nothing unexpected happens, he will come looking for me again. However, the next time you come looking for me, there should be a large group of experts around you. Are you afraid?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Tang Hai looked at the castle in his hand and shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and took back the ancient castle from Tang Hai's hands. Then, he took out the Qingquan bag and the axe. "This axe is definitely not simple," Tang Hai said. "Check your cosmos sac." Qin Feiyang threw the cosmos sac to Tang Hai, then cut the tip of his index finger. Drops of purple gold dragon blood dripped onto the axe. However, the axe did not absorb the purple gold dragon blood. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Was this really just an ordinary axe? Because only in this way could it not be bound by blood. But earlier, the axe had indeed been able to easily cut through his skin. Tang Hai looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "There are only some medicinal materials, elixirs, and gold coins in this cosmos sac. Nothing else?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Tang Hai shook his head, but his expression suddenly froze and he said, "Wait." Immediately after, he took out a jade box from the cosmos sac. The jade box was the size of a palm, dull in color, simple and unadorned. It looked extremely ordinary. However, Tang Hai, on the other hand, sensed a dense and mysterious energy from the jade box. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and opened the jade box. Boom! Immediately, a majestic energy roared out of the jade box. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai immediately felt as if they were bathing in a sea of essence. The pores all over their body opened involuntarily, and they felt extremely comfortable. The two lowered their heads and looked at the things in the jade box, their eyes full of surprise. Inside the jade box, there was a crystal stone lying quietly. The crystal stone was the size of a baby's fist. It was gray all over and exuded a hazy glow. That energy was emitted from this crystal stone. And the energy emitted by the crystal stone was full of divine essence. "What is this?" Tang Hai was suspicious. "I don't know. I've never seen it before." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "But this energy seems to be absorbable." After the energy entered his body, he could clearly feel that it merged with the soul in his sea of consciousness. It can be absorbed. This energy seems to have the same effect as the spirit congealing pill. It can condense divine sense. To be exact, the energy is purer and more amazing than the spirit congealing pill. Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked, "You mean, this crystal stone is used for cultivation?" "It should be." Tang Hai took out the gray crystal stone and held it in the palm of his hand. Immediately, the energy in the crystal stone surged into his body. His body trembled slightly, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'm sure that this is used for cultivation, and the effect is better than the spirit congealing pill. I estimate that the energy contained in this crystal stone is comparable to hundreds of spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 patterns." This? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Tang Hai was talking about the spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 patterns. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what the concept of 5 or 6 patterns was. The energy contained in this crystal stone was actually comparable to hundreds of spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 patterns. This was too surprising. What kind of treasure was it? Qin Feiyang took the crystal stone from Tang Hai's hand, and the majestic divine energy suddenly poured into his body, passing through his limbs and bones, and finally gathered in his sea of consciousness and poured into his soul. Sure enough, as Tang Hai said, the energy contained in the crystal stone was amazing and terrifying. And there were no impurities at all, and it was extremely pure. Even in this short period of time, 3 strands of divine sense were born in his sea of consciousness. Qin Feiyang reluctantly put the gray crystal stone into the jade box, and looked at Tang Hai and said, "See if there are any more such crystal stones in your Qiankuan bag?" Tang Hai nodded, and after a careful search, he shook his head and said, "No, this is the only one." Such a magical treasure should be something that can only be encountered by chance. Qin Feiyang sighed. "Not necessarily. It's very magical in our eyes, but it may be just an ordinary thing in the eyes of others. After all, our understanding of the war god and above is too shallow. Why don't we look for it again? If we're lucky, maybe we can find a few relics left by the war god?" Tang Hai suggested. Qin Feiyang nodded. If there were relics, there might be this magical gray crystal stone. However, what was the deal with this axe? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the axe. The edge of the axe was covered by rust, but it was certain that this was definitely a divine object. But why couldn't it recognize its owner by blood? Qin Feiyang's mind was full of doubts. He simply stopped thinking about it, put away the axe, and looked around. "Let's go over there and look." Qin Feiyang pointed in the direction of the old man in black. "First, look for the relics. Second, wait for the old man in black. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Swish. But suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the 2. "It's you?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The one who came was the undead from before. Tang Hai looked at the undead warily and asked, "Why are you following us? What's your intention?" The undead was silent. "You don't want to say?" Tang Hai's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. The undead waved her hand, turned around without saying a word, and rushed to the west. "What do you mean?" Tang Hai was stunned. Qin Feiyang guessed, "Look at her, she should be taking us somewhere." Tang Hai frowned and said, "We'd better stay away from this kind of damn thing." Qin Feiyang was stunned, looked at Tang Hai with a strange look, and said, "Can I understand that you are afraid of the undead?" "How is that possible? I am the god of war. Why would I be afraid of a mere undead?" Tang Hai said angrily, "You confessed without being pressed. If you are not afraid, why are you so agitated?" Qin Feiyang smiled jokingly. Tang Hai lowered his head in embarrassment. "Well, although the undead is an ominous thing, this one seems to have no malice. Let's follow and have a look." Qin Feiyang smiled. But Tang Hai nodded. He could only bite the bullet, otherwise he would definitely be laughed at by Qin Feiyang. Tang Hai waved his hand and quickly caught up with the undead with Qin Feiyang. But they always kept a distance. Time flew by. Night fell. The whole ancient world gradually fell into deep darkness. Tang Hai also lost his patience. He looked at the undead and said, "Where are you taking us?" The undead suddenly stopped. Tang Hai quivered and immediately stopped. He took Qin Feiyang and retreated a few steps. His expression was full of vigilance. The undead pointed to the left. Tang Hai and Qin Feiyang were stunned and looked in the same direction. Night shrouded the whole earth. There was dead silence all around. However, with the cultivation of Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai, they could clearly see through the darkness. And just a few hundred miles to the left, there was a huge valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, towering into the clouds, and there was only one entrance. Looking from a distance, it was full of a mysterious and gloomy feeling. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked at the undead, asking, "The place you want to take us to is that valley?" The undead nodded and continued to move forward. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other and immediately followed. But in the face of the unknown valley, Qin Feiyang also began to be vigilant. A few hundred miles was nothing for the 3 of them. So they landed in front of the entrance of the valley. The undead directly took the 2 of them into the valley. The valley was very large, estimated to be a few miles, but like the outside, there was no grass, only desolation. The undead did not stop and went straight to the center of the valley, then lowered his head and stared ahead. Chapter 1705. The pool was very small, only 4 or 5 meters in diameter. However, the water in the pool was very strange. It was actually black. There were no waves in the water, like a dead pool, revealing a bit of strangeness. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other, walked to the pool, looked down for a moment, and found that the water was emitting an unusual stench. This stench went into the nostrils, making people feel dizzy. "There's poison in the water." Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed. "Poison?" Tang Hai was shocked, took a few steps back, picked up a stone under his feet, and threw it into the pool. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The tranquil pond immediately surged with waves. At the same time, a cold and fierce aura, like a volcano, erupted from the bottom of the pool. Tang Hai shouted, "Young master, retreat." Qin Feiyang quickly retreated. But Tang Hai did not move, staring at the pool. The movement in the pool was getting louder and louder. The waves splashed. It was as if there was a terrible demon sealed in the pool, and at this moment, it was gradually awakening. Tang Hai became more and more vigilant. In the palm of his hand, divine power was surging, and he was already secretly accumulating power. As a column of water rose to the sky, a black shadow rushed out of the pool like lightning, going straight for Tang Hai's eyebrows. A strong sense of crisis swept over his heart. Tang Hai's eyes were cold, raised his arm, and slapped the black shadow. The black shadow immediately let out a shrill scream, and the figure suddenly collapsed. "This is..." Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The black shadow collapsed, and there was no flesh and blood. It was obviously another undead. Could it be? He looked at the pool and his eyes flashed. Could it be that there was also an ancient site left behind by the god of war under the pool? After the undead was defeated by Tang Hai's palm, it turned into a black mist that churned in the void. Release? The man's hideous laughter echoed in the night sky, like the roar of a ghost. "Playing tricks, you're courting death." Tang Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and divine power surged out, and the valley collapsed in an instant. "It's a ghost, how can it be playing tricks?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. But as soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted the undead's attention. The undead immediately avoided Tang Hai and fiercely rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned and coldly shouted, "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" After saying that, he took out the ancient castle and smashed it on the ground. The undead wailed again and hurriedly fled in horror. However, at this moment, the female undead who had been standing motionlessly beside Qin Feiyang suddenly soared into the air and pounced at the undead. The 2 undead immediately became entangled in the void. But not long after, all the dead spirits in the pool were devoured by the female dead spirit. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Tang Hai was also bewildered. The undead could actually devour the undead? Moreover, they also clearly sensed that after devouring the undead in the pool, the female undead's aura immediately increased. Although the improvement wasn't much, it was still there. In other words, The undead could become stronger by devouring other undead. Did you bring us here just to let us seriously injure this undead and give you a chance to devour it? Tang Hai raised his eyebrows. The undead shook its head. Tang Hai was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The reason is under the pool." Under the pool? Tang Hai was stunned. The undead also nodded and gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up, as if to express its admiration for Qin Feiyang. Tang Hai looked at the pool again and suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "You mean there may also be an ancient site hidden in it?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Tang Hai's spirit was lifted. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the divine flame power emerged and poured into the pool. The water in the pool quickly evaporated. After a while, the bottom of the pool appeared in front of the two. The pool could be 50 or 60 meters deep. The bottom was full of mud, emitting a foul smell. A broken skeleton was lying quietly in the mud. The skeleton had obvious traces of decay. It was black and smelled foul. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai entered the pool and stood above the skeleton. "That's not right. Why is this skeleton black?" Tang Hai was suspicious. "It's poison. This person must have been poisoned when he was alive. After he died, his body decayed, and the poison settled in his bones. Over time, his bones turned black. I think the water in the pond turned black because of this deadly poison." Qin Feiyang said. "Could it be that I smelled an unusual stench in the water earlier? It seems like it was emitted by this poison." Tang Hai murmured. "Judging from the strength of the undead, this person must have been a war god when he was alive. Even a war god was poisoned to death. What kind of poison is this? It's so terrible," Qin Feiyang murmured. His heart was full of disbelief. A person at the level of a war god had already transcended the mortal world and was in existence above all things. Ordinary poisons could not pose a threat to them at all. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the female undead, wanting to get an answer from the female undead. But the female undead turned a blind eye to it. From the time they met until now, he had not seen her say a word. This made Qin Feiyang wonder if creatures like the undead could not speak. Seeing that the female undead did not respond for a long time, Qin Feiyang had to give up helplessly. Tang Hai walked around the skeleton for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, he stretched out his arm, and his 5 fingers were like eagle claws, grabbing the air. Immediately, something covered in mud flew out of the mud. "What's that?" Qin Feiyang was curious. Tang Hai waved his hand again, and the mud was removed. A square iron box suddenly appeared in front of the two. "Iron box." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and was about to reach out to open the iron box. "Don't move," Tang Hai hurriedly said. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang quickly retracted his arm and looked at him in surprise. "There are also a lot of toxins on the surface of this iron black. You can't touch it with your hands." After Tang Hai said that, a wisp of divine power rushed towards the iron black. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, the iron box opened with a clang. The moment Tai He opened the door, a majestic surge of energy surged out. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other. This energy was exactly the same as the energy emitted by the gray crystal. The two of them hurriedly lowered their heads to take a look, and their expressions immediately froze. Inside the iron black, there were actually 3 gray crystals. Whether it was the size or the color, they were the same as the gray crystal obtained in the ancient city. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, turned to look at the undead, and asked, "You brought us here for these crystals?" The undead nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Since you can understand what I'm saying, why don't you speak? Could it be that you were a mute when you were alive?" The undead shook his head. "If you're not a mute, then say something. This way we can communicate better," Qin Feiyang said. The undead shook his head again. Qin Feiyang had a helpless look on his face. He really couldn't figure out what the undead was trying to say. While Qin Feiyang was asking the undead, Tang Hai also took out 3 gray crystals from the iron black. After confirming that these 3 crystals were not contaminated by toxins, he handed them to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang carefully put them away and looked at Tang Hai with a smile. Including the one from before, we already have 4, but it's far from enough. Tang Hai nodded. Although the energy contained in the gray crystals was extremely huge, 4 of them were not enough for Qin Feiyang to break through to the War God realm. Tang Hai pondered for a while, then looked at the undead and said, "Do you know where there are more of these crystals?" The undead nodded. Tang Hai and Qin Feiyang looked at each other with a hint of joy in their eyes. Tang Hai urged, "Take us there at once." Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at Tang Hai. "Old Tang, the undead also have dignity. When you ask her for help, you should be more polite." Tang Hai rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the fact that she still has some value, I would have killed her long ago." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Couldn't he be more euphemistic? He looked at the undead, cupped his hands and smiled. "Miss, I'm sorry, my friend's character is like this. Please don't take offense." "Miss?" Tang Hai was taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of contempt. The undead waved her hand to Qin Feiyang, rushed out of the pool without saying a word, and continued to rush forward. "Keep up." Seeing this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said to Tang Hai. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang, then waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and chased after the undead. Qin Feiyang wondered, "Did I annoy you? Why do you always roll your eyes at me?" "Don't you think it's against your will to call her miss?" Tang Hai said. "Against my will?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. "Isn't this basic courtesy? What do you mean by against your will?" "Then let's discuss it. Let's not talk about whether she is an undead or not. Just by her age, you can imagine that she must be an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years. And in order to get more crystal stones, you actually called her miss. Aren't you ashamed?" The contempt in Tang Hai's eyes was even stronger. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he looked quite embarrassed. "What's wrong? You have nothing to say." "Hypocrite." Tang Hai snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled. But suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Tang Hai strangely. Tang Hai didn't feel anything at first, but after a long time, he felt uncomfortable all over. He frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I remember when I first met you, you were a man of few words. I even thought you were a mute. Why are you so talkative now?" Qin Feiyang said. Tang Hai was taken aback, and his expression immediately became indifferent. He coldly snorted and said, "I just don't like your way of doing things, so I said a few more words." "Anyway, you are my subordinate now. Pay attention to your words." Qin Feiyang said angrily. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at him again. "Why don't I have any prestige at all?" Qin Feiyang was quite helpless. In fact, in the beginning, Tang Hai was still very afraid of Qin Feiyang. However, after getting along with him for a few days, he slowly found that this person was quite easygoing. At least, he was not so serious and harsh to the people around him. So, Chapter 1706. Next, under the guidance of the undead, Qin Feiyang found 5 more ancient ruins one after another. Among them, there were a total of 26 gray crystal stones, plus the original 4, there were 30 in total. In addition, he also obtained 2 divine artifacts. The 2 divine artifacts were both battle swords. But their level was not high, and they could be considered the most ordinary divine artifacts. As for medicinal pills, medicinal herbs, gold coins, and other treasures, there were naturally countless of them. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fire Python is not lying. This ancient world is really a place full of opportunities. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he stood in the air above a mountain ridge and scanned the boundless earth. "But don't you think it strange? Why did the undead bring us to find these ancient ruins?" Tang Hai glanced at the undead next to him and transmitted his voice. "Maybe it's because she wants to devour other undead." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and secretly said, "The 5 ancient ruins that they found these days basically all had undead, and in the end, they were all devoured by this female undead. Her aura was also getting stronger and stronger. I don't think it's that simple. She devoured those undead, It should just be an illusion to paralyze us. Tang Hai said. Illusion? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and curiously asked, then tell me, what is her real purpose? How would I know? Tang Hai glared at him angrily and then fell silent. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the undead. Miss, let's continue. But the undead stared ahead motionlessly. Dozens of miles ahead, there was an endless mountain range. Layers upon layers of mountains, extremely steep. Some of the peaks were even more than 10,000 feet high, towering into the sky. What are you looking at? Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked up at the mountain range suspiciously. Suddenly, Tang Hai's eyes became extremely sharp and he shouted, Who's hiding over there? Get out. There's someone? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't notice at all. It seemed that the strength of the person in the dark was not simple. Not long after Tang Hai finished speaking, two figures flew out from a mountain stream and entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air. There really is someone. Qin Feiyang was shocked. But then, his expression froze as he looked at one of them and said in surprise, It's you. That was an elder dressed in black clothes, holding a walking stick. His hair was white. That was right. It was the black-clothed old man who had appeared in the ancient city a few days ago. That's right, it's me. The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang from afar and replied coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He glanced at the person beside the old man in black, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a middle-aged man. He was 7 feet tall. He was wearing a fitting black robe. His eyes were deep. His facial features were sharp, and there were strands of white hair at his temples. His expression was rather chilly, and he gave off an indifferent feeling that kept others 1,000 miles away. And it was this person who gave Qin Feiyang a great sense of uneasiness. Tang Hai said, His aura feels a little familiar. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Sensing the middle-aged man's aura, his eyes trembled slightly. It was really familiar. Where had he seen it before? Tang Hai suddenly said, I remember, it's the murderous intent hidden in the young man's soul. That's right. Qin Feiyang also suddenly realized. At that time, the murderous intent that emerged from the young man's soul was exactly the same as the aura of this person. The owner of the murderous intent was this person. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang, and a smile gradually appeared on his cold face. He said, You are indeed an extraordinary young man. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This person didn't seem to have any malicious intent. The middle-aged man said, Little brother, may I know your name? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, My name is Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, Qin Baden. The middle-aged man pondered for a while and said with a smile, So, you are really the descendant of Qin Baden. Qin Feiyang nodded. The middle-aged man looked excited. Qin Feiyang was surprised again. What was this man excited about? The middle-aged man flashed and teleported toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Tang Hai's face changed slightly, and he quickly stood in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted, Stop, don't come near us. The middle-aged man was stunned and stopped in the void hundreds of feet away. He looked at Tang Hai apologetically and said with a smile, I was impulsive, I hope brother can forgive me. Tang Hai said in a low voice, What do you want? This man's behavior was too abnormal. Logically speaking, when the young man and the black-clothed old man suffered losses in their hands, this man should be looking for trouble. But at this moment, this man was polite, as if he had met a benefactor. As the saying goes, there must be a demon when things are abnormal. Facing this man, he must not be careless. Looking at Tang Hai's vigilant look, the middle-aged man quickly said, Brother, don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. Is that so? Tang Hai sneered. The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Gua, and my name is Zixiong. This is Gua's second uncle, Huda. Gua Zixiong, Huda, Qin Feiyang murmured. He had never heard of these two names before. But judging from the seniority of the two, this Gua Zixiong should be the young man's father. Gua Zixiong looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, The reason why I came to you is that I have to confirm your identity in person. Confirm my identity? Qin Feiyang frowned. You probably don't know, in fact, Qin Badian and I are very good friends. Gu Zixiong said. What? You are a friend of my ancestor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. So Brother Badian is your ancestor. This is really a case of the Dragon King's temple being washed away by the flood. Gu Zixiong laughed loudly. What's going on? Qin Feiyang asked. Gu Zixiong seemed to be lost in his memories and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he sighed. Your ancestor is not only my friend, but also my benefactor. Benefactor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really unexpected. Back then I was surrounded by enemies and was about to die. In the end, your ancestor appeared and saved me from danger. Ever since then, your ancestor and I would often gather together and drink to our heart's content. Over time, the two of us became close friends. And we also had an agreement. Gu Zixiong said. What agreement? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Gu Zixiong said, if one day, the descendants of the Qin clan enter the ancient world, if my Gu clan is still around, and if I give birth to a son or a daughter, our two clans will be united by marriage. United by marriage? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't a marriage alliance a marriage? Tang Hai was also stunned. He looked at Gu Zixiong and asked, Do you have a daughter now? Gu Zixiong said with a smile, I have a daughter more than 5,000 years ago. What the hell? More than 5,000 years ago? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched fiercely. At this age, she could be his ancestor. Tang Hai was also extremely speechless. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on having a fiancé. No, it's a fiancé. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He glared at Tang Hai and looked at Gu Zixiong, saying, You have no proof. I can't believe you. Gu Zixiong said, Who said I have no proof? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Gu Zixiong took out a long brocade box from his Cosmos bag and said, There is a marriage contract in here, written by your ancestor himself. It also has my and your ancestor's signatures. What the hell? There's even a marriage contract? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Tang Hai and said, Go and get it. I'll verify it. Tang Hai responded respectfully and walked to Gu Zixiong. Gu Zixiong did not hesitate and directly handed the brocade box to Tang Hai. Tang Hai held the brocade box and went back to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang opened the brocade box. There was indeed a piece of paper in it, folded neatly. Ancestor, you're not joking with me, are you? Qin Feiyang murmured, took out the paper, and slowly unfolded it. What entered his sight was the words, marriage contract. Below, there were rows of small words. The content was similar to what Gu Zixiong had said before. It was roughly, Today, I have made a promise with Brother Zixiong. If the descendants of the Qin clan enter the ancient world, regardless of whether they are men or women, as long as the Gu clan still exists, I will marry the Gu clan's descendants. This promise will be valid for life. My descendants will abide by it. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Tang Hai leaned over and looked at it carefully. Then he transmitted his voice. Young master, is this your ancestor's handwriting? Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he had never seen his ancestor, there were still many paintings of his ancestor in the library of the imperial palace. He had seen all of these paintings before. Thus, he was able to tell with a single glance that these paintings were indeed written by his ancestor. He looked at the paper and the ink on it. The paper had been specially treated and could be preserved for 10,000 years. As for the ink on it, it did not look like it was just written. Was this marriage contract real? Although the handwriting was his ancestor's, he still did not want to believe it. This was too absurd. His ancestor was such a wise person. How could he leave such a marriage contract in the ancient world? Moreover, he could not even be sure if his ancestor had been to the ancient world. Gu Zixiong smiled and said, Little brother, I know it's hard for you to accept now, but this is the truth. Qin Feiyang frowned, put the marriage contract back into the brocade box, and asked Tang Hai to return it to Guizhixiong. Guizhixiong also immediately put it away. To tell you the truth, although there is this marriage contract, I always thought that it would not be true. Because ordinary people can't enter the ancient world at all. But what I never expected was that after 10,000 years, you actually barged in, and even let your second uncle meet you by accident. Say, isn't this fate? Guizhixiong smiled with relief. This fate came too suddenly. Qin Feiyang muttered. Tang Hai secretly asked, "Young master, what should we do?" "I must obey the ancestors' will, but..." Qin Feiyang frowned. Chapter 1707. Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. He seemed to have missed something. He thought carefully for a moment, and his eyes trembled slightly. He looked at Guizhixiong and asked, "You just said that this marriage contract has existed for 10,000 years? Guizhixiong nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "In other words, my ancestor appeared in the ancient world when the miracle opened last time?" Guizhixiong thought for a moment and said, "According to the time, it seems to be after the miracle closed." After the miracle closed? Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai and said, "I remember the fire python clearly said that when my ancestor entered the miracle for the second time, he was directly forced to the third floor by the fire dragon. How could he appear in the ancient world?" "How would I know?" Tang Hai said secretly. "What is going on?" Qin Feiyang was full of doubts. "Little brother, do you think this is okay? It will be difficult for you to accept this marriage contract now. Why don't you come back with me first? As for the marriage contract, we can discuss it later," Guizhixiong suggested. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, turned to look at Guoda, and asked, "Do you know about the existence of this marriage contract?" "Why?" Guoda looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, "Why didn't you tell me when we met in the ancient city a few days ago?" Guoda suddenly understood and said with a hoarse smile, "Although I saw the purple gold dragon blood at that time, I couldn't confirm your identity, so I didn't mention it." What he said was reasonable and there was no flaw in it. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This is too sudden. I really don't know whether to believe you or not." "Understandable." Guizhixiong nodded and smiled. Guoda took out a gray crystal from his arms and asked with a smile, "Little brother, have you been looking for this crystal these days?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said in surprise, "You have it too?" "Of course. This crystal is called a soul stone. It's a great help in condensing divine sense. My Gua clan has a large amount of soul stones. If you return with us, I guarantee that you will get a lot." Guoda smiled. "How much is a lot?" Qin Feiyang's heart moved as he asked. Guoda said, "It's a number you can't imagine." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he said calmly, "If that's the case, why don't you give me some now?" This, Guoda hesitated. "Little brother, you might not know this, but this soul stone is quite rare in the ancient realm. However, since little brother wants it, there's no harm in me giving you some now. Take it as my sincerity." Guizhixiong smiled, took out a Qinkuan bag and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hastily grabbed the Qinkuan bag and lowered his head to check it. Immediately, a look of shock crept onto his face. There were no less than 500 soul stones in this Qinkuan bag. This was truly an unexpected gain. He raised his head and looked at Guizhixiong and Yizichen. One had to be wary of others. But from beginning to end he didn't find any trace of deceit in their expressions. "Sigh. What's going on? Ancestor, can you give me a hint?" Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. "Little brother, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry back. I think my daughter would also like to meet you, her future husband." Guizhixiong stepped aside and stretched out his hand with a smile. Tang Hai said calmly, "Young master, be careful of any tricks." Qin Feiyang was hesitant. "Qin Feiyang." But at this moment, an anxious roar could be heard. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This seemed to be the voice of the golden leopard? Why did it come here? Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked up and saw a golden stream of light streaking across the sky like lightning and landing in front of Qin Feiyang. Who else could it be but the golden leopard? It was panting and its eyes were full of anxiety. Qin Feiyang suddenly had an uneasy premonition and asked, "What happened?" "Something big has happened. Old Zhao is in danger." The golden divine leopard gasped for breath. "What?" Qin Feiyang's body trembled. "Come with me quickly." After the golden leopard finished speaking, it turned around and began to return the way it came. Qin Feiyang's face darkened slightly. Looking at Guizixiong and Yi Zichen, he cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, I have something urgent to deal with. I'll visit again when I have time." After that, Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai and urged, "Hurry up and follow the leopard." Tang Hai waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and immediately chased after the golden leopard. The undead also immediately turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. "You don't know how to appreciate favors." Looking at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others, Guida snorted coldly and turned to Guizixiong, asking, "Patriarch, what do we do now?" Guizixiong's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, "Let's follow and take a look." Swish! Guizixiong waved his hand and the two disappeared without a trace. "Junior Leopard, what happened?" Back to Qin Feiyang. After catching up with the golden leopard, he immediately asked. "That day, after leaving the Black Tortoise realm, I immediately rushed to meet up with old Zhao as you said. But on the second day after we met up, Mu Tianyang suddenly brought people out and even revived that blood blade. Although old Zhao broke through to the war god realm, he was suppressed by that blood blade." The golden leopard said. Tang Hai said angrily, "What about you? Why didn't you help him?" "Who said I didn't help him? But that blood blade was too terrifying. In just one exchange, I was seriously injured." Old Zhao saw that the situation was not good, so he secretly told me to come find you. He tried his best to delay Mu Tianyang. The golden leopard said. "Then how did you find us?" Qin Feiyang asked. One had to know. Before the golden leopard left, he didn't say where he was going. The golden leopard said, "It's all thanks to it that I was able to find you." Qin Feiyang was suspicious. With a clang, the divine phoenix blade flew out of the golden leopard's body. Divine phoenix blade. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The divine phoenix blade absorbed your purple gold dragon blood and purple gold dragon chi, so it can sense your location. These days, it has been guiding me. The golden leopard said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization, but his expression suddenly changed and said, "I gave the divine phoenix blade to old Zhao for him to protect himself, but you took the divine phoenix blade away, then wouldn't he have no chance of winning against Mu Tianyang?" "It wasn't me who wanted to take it away, it was old Zhao who asked me to. Because he knew that even if he kept the divine phoenix blade, he wouldn't be able to defeat Mu Tianyang. It's even possible that it would be destroyed by the blood blade." The golden leopard said. "It would be a pity if a divine artifact that has given birth to a spirit artifact was destroyed." At this time, a familiar voice was heard. Qin Feiyang was startled. He turned his head and saw Guizixiong beside him. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Your ancestor and I are as close as brothers. You are his descendant, which means you are my descendant. If you are in trouble, how can I just stand by and watch?" Guizixiong laughed. This, Qin Feiyang was hesitant. Tang Hai sent a sound transmission. "Young master, this Guizixiong's strength is unfathomable. Maybe he can really help us." Hearing that, Qin Feiyang looked at Guizixiong and laughed. "Thank you, senior." Guizixiong said, "Calling me senior is too polite. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Gua." Qin Feiyang was startled and nodded. "All right. But uncle can't always call me little brother in the future. It's really messing up the seniority." "That makes sense. Then, from now on, I'll call you nephew." Guizixiong laughed. "Nephew?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. This was still messing up the seniority. The title of nephew was usually used by two parents who had a good relationship with their juniors. For example, if Guizixiong had a good relationship with his father, then it was natural for Guizixiong to call him nephew. But one had to know. Now, the people who had a good relationship with Guizixiong were not his father's generation, but his ancestors, who were several generations away. Logically speaking, in front of Guizixiong, he should still call him ancestor. This relationship was really complicated. Gui Zixiong seemed to see Qin Feiyang's depression and laughed. We are us, it doesn't matter if it's your ancestors, you don't have to worry so much. Uncle is right. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Gui Zixiong said, your speed is too slow, we'll take you there, where is it? Qin Feiyang exhaled, threw away the distracting thoughts, put away the divine phoenix blade, and said, the entrance of the ancient world. Entrance? Gui Zixiong and Guida looked at each other, raised their eyebrows unnoticeably, and then Gui Zixiong led a group of people and disappeared into the sky like lightning. From the entrance to here, Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai took 7 or 8 days. But Gui Zixiong only took half a day to return to the entrance of the ancient world with a group of people. One could only imagine how strong Gui Zixiong's cultivation was. However, at this moment, there was only a lonely stone door at the entrance. There was not a single person in sight. The ground around the stone door was in ruins. Many bottomless abysses covered the land within a radius of tens of thousands of miles like a spider web. In the air, there were even faint fluctuations of battle. Gui Zixiong looked around and frowned. There was indeed an exciting battle here, but it has already ended. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed, I'm afraid that your subordinate is doomed. Damn it. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and blamed himself. It's my fault, I shouldn't have let old Zhao stay here alone. Young master. But before he could finish, a joyful cry came from a chasm not far away. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked up and saw a figure rushing out of the abyss. Who else could it be but Zhao Lai? Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran over, grabbed Zhao Tailai's shoulder, and said in surprise, You didn't die? I almost died. If I hadn't run away quickly, you would have seen a corpse now. Zhao Tailai sighed with lingering fear, and then knelt down in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and frowned. What are you doing? Zhao Lai lowered his head and said, It's my incompetence that I couldn't stop Mu Tianyang. Young master, please punish me. Why should I punish you? This is my fault. I know that Mu Tianyang has a blood blade, but I still let you guard here. This is simply sending you to your death. You should blame me. Get up quickly as long as you're fine. Qin Feiyang bent over and helped Zhao Tailai up. Young master, Zhao Tailai murmured. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, Okay, don't be like a woman and be shy. Zhao Tailai smiled in relief. Chapter 1708. Zhao Tailai said, They have already left the ancient realm. Left the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. That's not right. Aren't they also entangled by the devil's mark? How would they dare to leave? Tang Hai said, Wang Yuanshan and the people from the Nether Hall are indeed entangled by the devil's mark, but Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing are not. Zhao Tailai said in a low voice. That's right. It hasn't even been half a year since the python took them out of the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang nodded. Tang Hai looked at Zhao Tailai and asked, Do you mean that only Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing have left the ancient realm and the others are still here? Originally, Mu Tianyang had planned to leave the others here. However, upon taking into consideration that we were still in the ancient realm, they did not dare to stay. Thus, they also left the ancient realm with Mu Tianyang. Zhao Tailai said, Aren't they courting death? Tang Hai was shocked. It's no different from courting death. However, although they are entangled by the devil's mark, they can still stay outside for 3 months. I believe young master knows this as well. Zhao Tailai said, I know. Back then, I met the willow tree at the miracle site and he told me all this. Qin Feiyang said. The golden leopard snorted. Although they can stay for 3 months, once the 3 months are up, they will definitely die. The others are not important. What's important is Mu Tianyang. His divine soul is about to condense. Once it appears, he will have the strength of a god of war. If we don't hurry to find him, when he enters the 2nd level, my cousin and the rest will definitely be killed. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Lu Jijin, old Qin, the mysterious lady and the master of the Dragon Phoenix house, Yi Shu, were all on the 2nd level. Therefore, he couldn't sit back and do nothing. Although he wanted to continue to stay in the ancient realm and investigate the matter of his ancestors, he had to prioritize everything. At present, dealing with Mu Tianyang was the most important thing. Uncle, this is an emergency. I have to leave the ancient realm first. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang turned to Guizixiong and cupped his hands. Then he waved his hand and led Zhao Tailai and the others toward the stone door without looking back. Seeing this, the undead immediately followed. By the time Guizixiong reacted, the group of humans and the undead had already entered the stone door. Guida was stunned. He turned to Guizixiong and asked, "What should we do?" Guizixiong's eyes were also rather gloomy. Guida looked at the stone door again. Qin Feiyang and the others had already disappeared. He said angrily, "I really can't accept this. I actually let him leave just like that. There's nothing we can do about it. It's our fault for not being able to enter the divine ruins. However, don't worry. This Qin Feiyang will definitely come to the ancient world again." Guizixiong took a deep breath and said, "Pausa." Guida was taken aback and looked at him suspiciously. "Although I haven't known him for long, I can see that Qin Batian is very important to him." Guizixiong sneered. "You mean, after he finishes his business outside, he will come in again to inquire about Qin Batian?" Guida asked. Guizixiong nodded and said, "Let's go back first and then send someone to guard here. As soon as he appears, we will be able to know his whereabouts immediately." Guida said, "Then this old man will guard here personally. I don't trust anyone else." Guizixiong hesitated and nodded. "All right, then I'll have to trouble second uncle. As long as we can complete our great cause, it's worth it." Guida smiled. "Definitely." Guizixiong clenched his hands, and his deep eyes flashed with a determined light. Divine ruins. In the sky above a barren mountain, Qin Feiyang and the others descended out of thin air. "This place is completely different from the place where we first entered the ancient world. It seems that the ancient world has indeed been drifting aimlessly." Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains below and said. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, "To be honest, the ancient world is really a very magical place." Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he noticed the undead at the side and asked in surprise, "Why did you follow us out?" Tang Hai and Shenbao's eyes were also full of shock. They actually didn't notice that this guy had followed them out. "It is?" Zhao Tailai was surprised. Previously at the entrance, he had seen the undead, but at that time, he didn't pay attention to it carefully. Qin Feiyang said, "She is the undead we met in the ancient world." Zhao Lai was shocked, and his divine might suddenly erupted. "Don't be nervous. She doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions towards us." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Zhao Lai was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Then why is she following us?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the undead for a moment. Seeing that the undead didn't answer him, he gave up helplessly. Tang Hai glanced at the undead, looked at Qin Feiyang, and suddenly said, "Young master, you just ran out like this. What about your fiancé?" "What? Fiancé?" Zhao Tailai and the golden leopard looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang glared at Tang Hai, looked at Zhao Tailai and the golden leopard, and said with a smile, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Where did I get a fiancé?" Tang Hai said indifferently, "There is even a marriage contract, and you still don't admit it? I say, can you keep your mouth shut?" Qin Feiyang was quite annoyed. He didn't expect this cold guy to be so gossipy. "Old Tang, what's going on? We have only been separated for a few days. How did the young master get a fiancé? And the two people who came with you before, who are they?" Zhao Tailai ran to Tang Hai's side and asked in a low voice. "Those two people are even scarier. That middle-aged man is called Guizixiong, the future father-in-law of the young master. His cultivation is at least at the Deshang stage. And that old man is called Guida, a war god at the small Chung stage, and the future second grandfather of our young master." Tang Hai said. "Deshang stage, small Qing stage." Zhao Lai and the divine leopard looked at each other. This was too scary. However, they still didn't understand, why did Qin Feiyang suddenly have a fiancé? "It's like this. Tang Hai glanced at Qin Feiyang and whispered to Zhao Lai and the divine leopard. Boring. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two men and one beast, turned his head to look in the direction of the ancient world, and there was a trace of doubt between his brows. Why didn't Guo Zixiong and Guo De come out? Could it be they couldn't leave the ancient world? He looked up at the sky again, and the doubt between his brows became even stronger. It had been so long, why didn't he see the power of rule force appear? Moreover, at this moment, they were standing in the void. One had to know. On the first floor of this miracle, even space-divine objects couldn't fly. Could it be that the fire python gave them special privileges? When they separated, the fire python didn't know about the existence of the golden divine leopard and Tang Hai. Not to mention this undead. In other words, even if it gave special privileges, it would be given to him and Zhao Tailai, and would never give it to Tang Hai, the divine leopard, and the undead. Then there was only one reason. The fire python was nearby. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, scanned the surroundings, and smiled. Brother Fire, long time no see, how have you been? Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and the divine leopard, upon hearing Qin Feiyang's words, couldn't help but look stunned. Who was he talking to? Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the shadow of a huge beast shot out from a mountain stream below at lightning speed. When it appeared in front of Qin Feiyang, who else could it be but the fire python? Greetings, Lord Guardian. Zhao Tailai hurriedly bowed. Shen Bao and Tang Hai's expressions were also extremely respectful. No need to be so polite. The fire python smiled. Its attitude was very easygoing. Looking at Qin Feiyang, it shook its head and said helplessly, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but before this emperor appeared, I was already discovered by you. It's really boring. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. The fire python asked, how was the trip to the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang sighed. Just as Brother Fire said, the ancient realm is full of opportunities. The fire python nodded, its expression becoming serious, and said, actually, this emperor has been waiting for you here. Waiting for me? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. 3 days ago, this emperor suddenly sensed that someone had activated the power of the rules on the first level, so I immediately rushed over to check. In the end, I found that it was a group of humans. According to this emperor's interrogation, they are Mu Tianyang's group that you are looking for. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang asked, then where are they now? They are on the second level. It was Lord Beast God who brought them to the second level. Lord Beast God also helped the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Hall remove the demon mark. The fire python said. What? Why did it do that? Isn't it breaking the rules? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Rules? Most of the rules of this miracle were set by Lord Beast God. Do you think these rules are useful to it? The fire python sneered. Qin Feiyang fell silent. This emperor also asked Lord Beast God why it did this. Do you know what its answer was? The fire python's expression was full of helplessness. What's its answer? Qin Feiyang frowned. It said that you have removed the demon mark. If those people are still bound by the demon mark, then this show is not worth watching. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang suddenly burned with anger. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also indignant. The fire python glanced at the three of them and sighed. This emperor knows that you are very uncomfortable now, but in the eyes of Lord Beast God, this is just a game. It has such strength, so I dare not say anything. However, the removal of the demon imprint was obtained through my own efforts. Is it fair for it to do this? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The fire python said, fairness is built on the foundation of great strength. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, Brother Fire, how can I not know this? But in my heart, I feel a little uncomfortable. All right. Although Lord Beast God's method is unfair, isn't this emperor secretly helping you? Chapter 1709. Thank you, Brother Fire. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him, but suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Fire, what did you say? Secretly help me? The beast god has already learned of the relationship between this emperor and you, and strictly forbade this emperor from being involved with you. Fire Dragon sighed. This bastard small beast. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and asked, "Where is the fire dragon now?" This emperor doesn't know. Since the beast god let it enter the third floor, it has never appeared again. Regarding this, Lord Beast God was also vague about it. Fire Python said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "It can't be shielding the fire dragon, right?" This emperor also thought so, but thinking back, even if the beast god is shielding it, what can this emperor do? Fire Python sighed, his expression full of helplessness. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, looking at Fire Python, and said word by word, "Don't worry, small beast won't kill it, I will help you kill it." This, Fire Python looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. "Although I am not small beast's opponent now, I am confident that I will be able to trample it under my feet in the future." Qin Feiyang said. Fire Python's expression suddenly changed and he whispered, "Don't say this again in the future. If the beast god finds out, even this emperor can't protect you." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I know what to do, don't worry." "As long as you know what to do." Fire Python nodded and asked with a smile, "Do you have any plans now?" Qin Feiyang said, "Of course, to the second floor." "To deal with Mu Tunyang?" Fire Python asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Python looked at him deeply and said, "Well, this emperor will take you in now." Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. "What?" The Fire Python was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, "There are humans in the ancient realm, do you know?" "There are humans?" The Fire Python was slightly taken aback. It shook its head and said, "This emperor really doesn't know." "Are they strong?" "Very strong. I met two people, one is a war god of small completion stage, the other is a war god of Dashang stage." Qin Feiyang said solemnly. "What?" The Fire Python was shocked. A war god at the Dashang stage is rare even on the second level of the miracle. Only the beast emperors of the various territories have such strength. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you know if there are any other entrances to the ancient realm?" "Other entrances?" The Fire Python was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "For example, is there a passage to the ancient realm on the third level?" "The third floor." The Fire Python pondered for a while and shook its head. "You also know that this emperor has just become a guardian not long ago and is not very clear about many places in the miracle. However, if what you said is true, then this emperor needs to make a trip to the ancient realm." "You want to go to the ancient realm?" Qin Feiyang said. The Fire Python smiled. "Such a magical place. If there is a chance, I will definitely go and take a look." Qin Feiyang said, "Then if you find anything, remember to tell me." "What do you want to know?" The Fire Python was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "To tell you the truth, there are people in the ancient realm who know about the existence of my ancestor." "How is this possible? Didn't your ancestor enter the third level?" The Fire Python said. "That's why I asked you if there is an entrance to the ancient realm on the third level. If there is, then everything makes sense. But if there isn't, then I really don't understand. How did my ancestor enter the ancient realm?" Qin Feiyang said. "I see." The Fire Python suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang pointed to the undead and said, "Also, help me send her back to the ancient realm." Hearing this, the undead immediately shook her head at Qin Feiyang, as if saying, "Don't send her back." The Fire Python looked at the undead. Qin Feiyang said, "She is the undead of the ancient realm. I don't know why she came out with me." "The undead of the ancient realm," the Fire Python murmured. Seeing the undead shaking her head desperately, it smiled and said, "Since she followed you, there must be a reason. Why don't you keep her by your side? Maybe at a critical moment, she can help you." Hearing this, the undead immediately nodded to Qin Feiyang, as if to say, "I can help you." This, Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the undead, hesitating. Suddenly, the undead ran to Qin Feiyang and grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm as if she was acting coquettishly. The Fire Python teased, "Brother Qin, it seems that your charm is not bad. Even the undead likes you." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and looked at the undead. Okay, you can follow me for the time being, but I have to say the ugly words first. Don't hurt anyone around me, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The undead nodded repeatedly. This undead is very interesting. And looking at her form, she must have been a woman when she was alive. Brother Qin's luck with women is not bad. The fire python laughed. Brother Fire, why do you like to joke so much? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Is there anything else to do? If not, this emperor will send you to the second floor. The fire python said. Boss, let the fire python find Feng Ling Air and Zhao Shuang. Fatso's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Yeah, I actually forgot about them. Wait. There seems to be another acquaintance. Yes, it's Tan Wu. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the fire python and said, help me check if these 3 people are still on the first floor. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the shadows of Tan Wu and the other 2 condensed. The fire python closed its eyes, and its perception was infinitely magnified. Everything in the entire miracle was revealed in its eyes. A moment later, it opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, the man was found, and there was a hell god hound by his side, but the 2 women, this emperor did not find them. You didn't find them? Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly sank. Could it be that something had happened to Zhao Shuang and Feng Ling Air? Inside the castle, Fatty's face was filled with bewilderment. Lu Hong said, Fatso, quickly ask Feiyang, did he show the fire python their previous appearances or their current appearances? Before? Fatso was puzzled. Don't forget, their current identities are Zhao Yu and Feng Ranran. In the miracle, they will definitely maintain their current appearances like Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu. Lu Hong said, yes, they must have changed their appearances now. Fatso suddenly realized and immediately transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he also suddenly realized. He condensed the changed appearances of Zhao Shuang and Luo Qingzhu and said to the fire python, then look again, can you find them? The fire python closed its eyes again. So it opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. There are them, they are together, and now they seem to be cultivating in a water source. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, what about the man? His situation is not very good. The fire python said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang's heart tightened. See for yourself. After the fire python finished speaking, the void in front of it distorted, and a picture quickly emerged. Little scum, it's all your fault. I said from the beginning that we should go around and not provoke them, but you insisted on barging in. Let me tell you, if anything happens to this emperor will definitely not let you off. Immediately, as soon as the picture appeared, a voice like a shrew's cursing in the street echoed in the void. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This voice was too familiar. As soon as he heard it, he knew that it was the cursing voice of the hellhound. And the little scum in the mouth of the hellhound was Tan Wu. It really hasn't changed at all. Even the rhythm of cursing is the same as before. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and raised his head to look at the picture. He saw the hellhound and Tan Wu fighting a bloody battle on a plain. Surrounding them was a group of black centipedes. Densely packed. Limitless. But that was not an ordinary centipede. It was a type of extremely poisonous, huge, and extremely ferocious blood-colored centipede. Some of them were even more than 10 meters long. Below their abdomens, 2 rows of tentacles were like steel blades, glowing with astonishing sharpness. The strongest one's cultivation had even reached the peak realm. From afar, Tan Wu and the hellhound's surroundings were like waves of blood-colored waves surging. The number was too large, and it was impossible to count. As for Tan Wu and the hellhound, their cultivation was not low either. They had both reached 8-star War Emperor. But at this moment, they were in an extremely sorry state. Not only were their bodies riddled with wounds, their lips and faces were also black. Obviously, they had all been poisoned. Oh my God, I've already killed for a day and a night. When will it end? Tan Wu, you bastard! If you want to kill me, I won't let you have an easy time. The hellhound cursed angrily. Can you shut up? If I wanted to kill you, why would I follow you in? Tan Wu said angrily. The hellhound roared, Are you crazy? Otherwise, why would you run in? Zhao Lai looked at the man and beast and asked suspiciously, Young master, what's the situation between them? They are enemies. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Zhao Telai said, You mean this hellhound is his spiritual pet? Not a spiritual pet, a partner. Qin Feiyang said. Then what are they arguing about? I thought they were opponents. Zhao Telai was speechless. Just get used to it, Qin Feiyang said. Anyway, every time they met Tan Wu and the hellhound, they were basically bickering endlessly. This way of getting along is really strange. Zhao Tailai shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and said with a smile, Brother Fire, let's go over and take a look. The fire python nodded. An invisible force emerged, and a group of people immediately descended in the sky above the plain. On the plain, corpses were everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. A pungent smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Qin Feiyang and the group scanned the plain. Even with their current strength and cultivation, they couldn't help but admire Tan Wu and the hellhound. The ground was full of blood centipede corpses. These corpses were all combat emperors. There were even many who had reached 9-star combat emperor. As for Tan Wu and the hellhound, relying on the cultivation of 8-star combat emperor, not only did they fight here for a day and a night, but they also killed so many blood centipedes. Their methods were really amazing. Chapter 1710. I'll go and help them. The golden divine leopard chuckled. Don't. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. What's wrong? Aren't they your friends? The golden divine leopard was stunned. It's because they're my friends that I know them well. This little difficulty won't be a problem for them. Especially this Tan Wu. In some aspects, he's stronger than me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is that so? The golden divine leopard expressed its doubts. Tan Wu and the hell divine hound were fully focused on fighting the bloody centipedes and didn't notice Qin Feiyang and the others in the sky. The hell divine hound took a detoxification pill and crushed a bloody centipede with one foot, saying, Little scum, if this goes on, we'll all be finished. Tan Wu also smashed a bloody centipede with a punch and then took a detoxification pill. He nodded and said, You're right. If this goes on, you and I will be finished. A man and a beast looked at each other. The next moment, they each took out a pill and threw it into their mouths. What? Qin Feiyang's gaze suddenly trembled. Zhao Lai, Tang Hai, the golden divine leopard, and the fire python were also in disbelief. Although Tan Wu and the hell divine hound only took a moment from taking out the pills to taking them, they could clearly see that the two pills were surrounded by dragon-shaped pill chi. Dragon-shaped pill chi. In this world, only divine pills could give birth to dragon-shaped pill chi. In other words, Tan Wu and the hell divine hound had taken 2 divine pills. Young master, am I seeing things? Zhao Telai said. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No, but how is this possible? Even Tang Hai and I have never seen divine pills. How could the 2 of them have them? Zhao Tailai said in disbelief. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, I think it should be that old man who gave it to them. That old man? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, asking, Which old man? The fire python was also very curious. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, You wouldn't know even if I told you. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound's aura suddenly soared. This, Zhao Tailai and the others were shocked. Qin Feiyang said, What they consumed before was the 5 elements universe pill. So it's this kind of pill. Zhao Tailai suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Zhao Tailai and asked in surprise, You know about it too? We know about this elixir because of the Heavenly Sun Empire. Zhao Tailai said. Heavenly Sun Empire, Qin Feiyang murmured. That's right. I remember that during the last divine miracle, someone from the Tianyang Empire entered the Black Tortoise world and presented a manual called the Pill Mantra to the Emperor of the Tianyang Empire. There are many unheard-of pill recipes recorded in this manual. However, our Vanga League and Fengtian Palace also received the news immediately. Because at that time, both of our forces had spies lurking around the Emperor. When we learned about this, we were also very shocked and wanted to take the Pill Mantra for ourselves. A bloody storm is about to begin. However, in the end, it was a situation where both sides suffered. The Pill Mantra was also destroyed in our battle. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang asked, do the people of the Tianyang Empire know about these pill recipes? They don't know either, because our Vanga League and Fengtian Palace will not allow the Tianyang Empire to control these pill recipes. After all, these pills are too heaven-defying. If we let the Tianyang Empire continue to develop like this, it will inevitably threaten us. So, our two super forces joined forces to eliminate all the people of the Tianyang Empire who entered the Black Tortoise world. Moreover, we used the puppet technique to read the memories of the Emperor and the Divine Overlords. After confirming that they didn't know about the pill recipes, we let them go. Zhao Tailai said, if even you don't know about the existence of the pill mantra, then how did Mu Tianyang obtain this pill mantra? When did he obtain it? Qin Feiyang frowned. The pill mantra had always been a mystery. He wanted to find out, but he didn't know where to start. Zhao Tailai said in surprise, you're saying that the pill mantra belongs to Mu Tianyang? But the original is now in my hands. Qin Feiyang said. It's in your hands? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. As the Nether Hall's hallmaster, Tang Hai also knew about this. Both of them didn't expect that the original pill mantra that all forces fought over was in Qin Feiyang's hands. The fire python suddenly said, Brother Qin, can you let me take a look at the pill mantra? Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded and entered the ancient castle to take out the pill mantra. The fire python looked at it for a while and said with a smile, Brother Qin, you're so lucky. This was written by the creator himself. The creator wrote it? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's eyes trembled. Look, this is the name of the creator. The fire python erected the pill mantra. The two of them raised their heads and looked. On the cover of the pill mantra, there was indeed the word, skyless. Qin Feiyang asked, then does Brother Huan know why this pill mantra fell into Mu Tianyang's hands? The fire python shook its head and said, I don't know. I've never seen this thing before. Maybe my father knows, but, speaking of which, a trace of grief immediately crept up on the fire python's face. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I reminded you of something sad. It's okay. The fire python smiled and returned the pill mantra to Qin Feiyang, exhorting, you must treasure this thing well. After all, it belongs to the creator. Maybe in the future, it will be of great help to you. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and returned to the castle with the pill mantra, placing it in the iron box of the 6-word divine arts. Hiding here was safer than anywhere else, because even Chang Shui couldn't break this iron box. When he appeared outside again, Tan Wu and the Hell God Hound's cultivation had already broken through to the 9-star War Emperor. The man and the beast were in high spirits. The Hell God Hound shouted, Little slag, let's compete and see who kills more. Don't always call me little slag, little slag. How am I worse than you? In the past, your cultivation was so much higher than mine. Now that I've caught up to you, you're the little slag. Tan Wu snorted coldly. If it weren't for old Master Qin helping you, would you be able to catch up to this emperor? I said you're a little slag, but you still don't admit it. The Hell God Hound's 6 heads and 12 eyes were filled with disdain. Cut the crap. If you want to compete, then compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tan Wu was furious. Boom. An ancient peak the size of a palm appeared. Its entire body was black and emitted a strong black light. Following closely, an obscure power surged out in all directions like an avalanche. The surrounding blood-colored centipedes immediately slowed down. What is this? The golden divine leopard said in shock. His innate ability. This innate ability is called the gravity domain. Anyone who enters the domain will have their speed suppressed. Back then, under this gravity domain, I also suffered a lot. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The past surfaced in his mind like a tide. He also didn't expect that the former enemy would actually become friends. As soon as the gravity domain began, Tan Wu was like a god descending, killing in all directions. Even the blood centipedes at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm had no power to resist in front of him. Qin Feiyang watched for a while, then turned to look at the fire python and said with a smile, "The outcome has been decided. Let's go." Go. Not bringing them along. The fire python was stunned. I understand Tan Wu. He is a person with ambition and pride. Even if I want to take him away, he won't follow me. Let's go take a look at those two women. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The fire python nodded and brought Qin Feiyang and the group of people to the sky above an oasis without making a sound. Below, the mountains and rivers were beautiful and the scenery was pleasant. In front of a lake, two women sat cross-legged, their long hair dancing in the wind. Although their appearances were very ordinary, their temperaments were extremely outstanding. Of course, this was just a fake face. Their true appearances were all heavenly beauties, because they were Feng Ling Er and Zhao Shuang. The golden divine leopard muttered, "Their cultivation has already reached the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. Is there still a need to cultivate? They are already comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god." Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Lai frowned and said, "Comprehending here seems to be a little dangerous." The fire python suddenly said, "Wait, there's another person here." "There's another person?" Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised and asked, "Where?" The fire python brought Qin Feiyang and the others and quietly appeared above a mountain peak, saying, "He's down there." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and scanned the mountain peak. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a big tree by the cliff. Beside the big tree stood a young man in black. How is this possible? Why is he at the miracle site? When he saw the face of the young man in black, Qin Feiyang's face was immediately filled with surprise and doubt. The young man in black was about 1.9 meters tall and his body was quite strong. The black robe on his body was very fitting, and his thick black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, filled with a wild aura. The lake where Zhao Shuang and the young man in black were not far from the giant peak where the young man in black was. At this moment, the young man in black lowered his head without saying a word. Looking at Zhao Shuang and the young man in black, his dark eyes flickered with wisps of light. Look at his eyes, they are a little unfriendly. "Young master, do you know him?" Zhao Tailai transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded, his brows tightly knitted together. "Who is it?" Zhao Tailai asked. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said, "He can be considered an opponent and also a friend." "An opponent and also a friend?" Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. Why did it sound so contradictory? Why is he at the miracle site? I remember that when I entered the miracle site, I didn't see him. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. Chapter 17:11. Then who exactly is he? Seeing Qin Feiyang's incredulous face, Zhao Tailai and the others were even more surprised. His surname is Dong Jiang. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The black-clothed youth was Dong Jiang. He was naturally very familiar with Dong Jiang. How long had it been? He had actually broken through to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. It was also unbelievable. What had Dong Jiang experienced in these few years? Suddenly, Dong Jiang rushed down the mountain. His aura was restrained to the extreme, like a ghost walking in the night. What does he want to do? Zhao Dalai was suspicious. But then, his face changed and he transmitted his voice. Young master, he seems to be going for the two women. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Jiang, then looked at Zhao Shuang and the other person by the lake, and could not help but frown. What did Dong Jiang want to do? Tang Hai suddenly rushed toward Dong Jiang without saying a word, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and hurriedly transmitted his voice, Don't hurt him. Got it. Tang Hai did not even turn his head as he responded. Let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang said to Zhao Tailai, and rushed toward the lake. Zhao Tailai, Fire Python, and the Golden Divine Leopard looked at each other and quickly followed. Very quickly, Dong Jingyang lurked near Zhao Shuang and the other person, hiding behind a bush, watching the two of them. As for Dong Jingyang, who was hiding in the dark, Zhao Shuang and the other person were completely unaware. These two women are really careless, daring to cultivate in seclusion in such a place. Qin Feiyang was quite annoyed. The water source was a miracle. It could be said to be heaven, but it was also hell. Because in such a place, there were all kinds of hidden dangers. Crash! All of a sudden, Dong Jingyang activated his fighting soul. A pitch-black iron chain appeared. It was as thick as an arm, and it was like a viper as it rushed towards Zhao Shuang and her companion. Not good. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. What is it? Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, his fighting soul can freeze people in the void. Fixed in the void? Zhao Tailai was stunned. That's right. As long as they are bound by the iron chains, Zhao Shuang and her brother will not be able to move. They will be like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Qin Feiyang said. So scary? Zhao Lai was surprised and asked, are we going to save them? Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. I've been waiting for you. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Shuang and the other man suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes swept directly toward Dong Jingyang, their eyes flashing with intense cold light. Are they deliberately waiting for Dong Jingyang? What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Clang. Accompanied by an ear-piercing metal sound, a pocket-sized sword swept out from behind Zhao Shuang. It was crystal clear, like a crystal, exuding a hazy luster. This seems to be her fighting soul, the heart of the divine sword. Qin Feiyang muttered. Innate magical ability, sword domain. Zhao Shuang shouted again. The pocket-sized sword suddenly trembled, blooming with a brilliant light. Following closely, strands of sword chi emerged and shot out in all directions. In just a moment, a sword chi boundary of thousands of feet appeared out of nowhere. You guys are really difficult to deal with. Dong Jingyang frowned. You know that we are difficult to deal with, but you still linger around? Zhao Shuang snorted coldly. Inside the boundary, countless battle swords appeared. Each battle sword was 3 feet long, 3 fingers wide, and seemed to be cast from cold iron, exuding a world-destroying sharpness. In the blink of an eye, Dong Jingyang's fighting soul rushed into the boundary. Clang. Seeing this, Zhao Shuang waved her jade-like hand. The battle swords in the boundary suddenly swarmed forward. Accompanied by a loud clang, the iron chain was cut into pieces in a short while. It felt that those battle swords were like a meat grinder. Anything that entered the boundary would be smashed into pieces. With his fighting soul destroyed, Dong Jingyang's body trembled slightly. A trace of blood immediately overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was a little pale. Did you see that? You are not our opponent at all. Zhao Shuang said proudly. Feng Ling Er stood aside and did not make a move from beginning to end. Looking at Dong Jingyang on the opposite side, there was a hint of ridicule on her face. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Shuang and murmured, this little girl, she used to be a little playful. How did she become so tough now? Zhao Shuang was the first person he met in Iron Ox Town besides Linny. He was very clear about Zhao Shuang's character. Not to say that she was gentle and lovely, but she could also be said to be a beautiful woman. But now, he could only see a barbaric force in her. This is not right. I am not your opponent, Dong Jingyang murmured, looking at Zhao Shuang and Feng Ling Er. His eyes gradually became dead silent. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out of his body. What? As soon as this aura appeared, not only Qin Feiyang, but even Zhao Tailai and the others also changed their expressions. Because this was the aura of a beast. It seemed that in Dong Jingyang's body, there was a terrifying beast sleeping. At this moment, Dong Jingyang was awakening it. The aura was getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Shuang'er and Feng Ling looked at Dong Xingyang, and their expressions gradually became dignified. After about a few breaths, Dong Xingyang raised his head and let out a roar. It was really like a beast roaring. At this moment, his whole body was also filled with an amazing murderous aura. Following closely, an even more amazing scene appeared. They saw that Dong Xingyang's body was crazily growing bigger. The clothes on his body were torn to pieces. His muscles were bulging high. In less than 3 breaths, he became a giant of more than 10 meters tall. The terrifying aura, with him as the center, rolled in all directions. The entire water source was razed to the ground in an instant. What the hell is this? Zhao Shuang'er and Feng Ling looked at each other, and their faces were a little pale. Not your opponent? I don't know where you guys got the courage to say such disdainful words to me. Dong Xingyang roared, his black hair fluttering. His fist, which was as big as a millstone, smashed toward Zhao Shuang'er and Feng Ling. Sacred sword judgment. Zhao Shuang'er snorted coldly, and her battle aura surged. A battle sword appeared and slashed on Dong Xingyang's fist. However, in an instant, the battle sword shattered. Zhao Shuang'er's delicate body trembled, and blood gushed from the corner of her mouth. So strong? Qin Feiyang was shocked. One had to know. The sacred sword judgment that Zhao Shuang'er evolved was also a perfect battle art, but it was actually shattered by Dong Xingyang's punch? Black demon body, invincible demon body, destroy it for me. Dong Xingyang roared again, and a fist smashed toward the two. The terrifying power even distorted the void. Don't be arrogant, one sword to break the soul. Zhao Shuang'er was not convinced, and a light flashed across the sky, tearing the earth. Dong Xingyang's eyes were full of disdain, and he directly punched out. The light instantly collapsed without any resistance. How is this possible? Zhao Shuang'er was dumbfounded. His black demon body is a divine art. Feng Ling suddenly said. Divine art? Zhao Shuang'er's eyes trembled. Let me experience how terrifying your black demon body is. Feng Ling stepped out, and her body suddenly emitted lightning. That's right. That was the lightning, golden in color. The wisps of golden lightning flashed on her body, exuding a destructive aura. Even her eyes had turned golden, and at this moment, they were also bursting with lightning. Her 5 fingers suddenly clenched, raised her arm, and punched Dong Xingyang's fist. Her body did not change. So her fist was the same size as an ordinary person. Under Dong Xingyang's millstone-sized fist, her fist was as small as an ant. However, when the two fists, one big and one small, met, the two were actually forced back a few steps at the same time, showing a situation of being evenly matched. This meant that the strength of Feng Ling fist was not inferior to Dong Xingyang's at all. Sister, amazing! Zhao Shuang'er ran to Feng Ling side and giggled. Feng Ling smiled proudly and said, Of course, I can't let you steal all the limelight alone. Lun, Feng ran, when I was in the temple, why didn't I realize that you were so outstanding? Dong Xingyang opened his mouth. His voice was like a bell, deafening. That's because we keep a low profile. Zhao Shuang'er raised her head, like a proud little princess. Zhao Lai was stunned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and transmitted his voice. Young master, they knew each other before? We all entered the temple together. However, Dong Xingyang probably doesn't know their true identities yet. Qin Feiyang said. Keep a low profile? Dong Xingyang raised his head and laughed. What are you laughing at? Zhao Shuang'er was dissatisfied. Dong Xingyang stopped laughing, looked down at the two of them and said, Your strength is indeed very strong, but what? Feng Ling raised her eyebrows. Body of the heavenly devil. Dong Xingyang did not answer. With a roar, a bloody aura gushed out of his body like a tide. His long hair and eyes were instantly blood red. His aura was even more shocking. Boom! Without saying a word, he threw a punch at the two of them again. Feng Ling did not shrink back. She took a step forward, and golden lightning shattered the earth. Boom! 2 fists, one big and one small, collided once again. Feng Ling Air immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, she smashed into the ground behind her. Her whole body suddenly seemed to fall apart, and her face was pale. This, Zhao Shuang'er was dumbfounded. This strength was too frightening, wasn't it? If you only have this strength, then this is the end. Dong Xingyang laughed. His blood-red hair danced behind him, as if a peerless heavenly devil had descended, and his murderous aura was monstrous. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. I'm really looking forward to the battle with him. Qin Feiyang muttered. Zhao Lai was stunned and asked doubtfully, which battle? Because of certain reasons, there will be a battle between him and me sooner or later. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Zhao Tailai suddenly understood and said to himself, although his strength is indeed not bad, compared to you, there is still a big gap. There is no suspense about his crushing defeat. Time will slowly change everything. How strong will he be in the future? No one can imagine. So it is too early to make a conclusion now. It's time to stop them. Otherwise, someone will definitely die. Chapter 1712. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who suddenly appeared, the three of them were slightly stunned. Qin Feiyang looked up at Dong Xingyang and said with a smile, "Old friend, long time no see." "It's really you?" Dong Xingyang looked at Qin Feiyang, whose body was constantly shrinking, and his bloody eyes and bloody hair gradually returned to normal. "Yes, it's me." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why you here?" Dong Xingyang took out a shirt, put it on, and asked suspiciously. "I just happened to pass by. I didn't expect to meet you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Dong Xingyang was stunned and shook his head. "I don't think there would be such a coincidence." "All right. I admit, I've been here for a long time, but I didn't show up," Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang nodded, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and said in surprise, "Your cultivation?" "That's right. I've already broken through to the pseudo-god realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. So fast, Dong Xingyang was stunned. This guy has already broken through to the pseudo-god realm? Zhao Shuang'er and Feng Ling Air were also shocked. Feng Ling Air said, "Be careful, don't reveal any flaws and let him find out our identities." "I know." Zhao Shuang'er nodded without a trace. After Dong Xingyang came back to his senses, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let me test your strength." Boom. As soon as he finished, he took a step forward, his battle chi rolling out, and punched towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled, raised his arm, stretched out his index finger, and gently pressed the tip of his finger on Dong Xingyang's fist. At that moment, Dong Xingyang's arm stopped in midair. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not advance even half an inch. He felt that Qin Feiyang's fingertips were like an insurmountable mountain in front of his fist. Dong Xingyang decisively retracted his arm and said with a smile, "The strength of a fake god is indeed terrifying. Your current strength is also not bad. However, there's something I can't figure out. How did you enter the divine site? I didn't see you at that time." Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Dong Xingyang sighed. "It's a long story. I entered the divine site by following the imperial preceptor." "Mingling with the imperial tutor?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "I killed a law enforcer from the law enforcement hall and disguised myself as that law enforcer to sneak in," Dong Xingyang said. "I see." Qin Feiyang came to a sudden realization and said with a smile, "It's rare for us to meet. Shall we get together?" When Dong Xingyang heard this, he fell silent. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "There's still time in the future. Let's meet again in the future. For now, you step aside. I'm going to deal with the two of them." Dong Xingyang pointed at Feng Ling Air and Dong Xingyang, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the two of them. He looked at Dong Xingyang and asked in confusion, "Back in the 9 underworlds, they fought side by side with us. They could be considered as old friends. Why did you kill them?" Dong Xingyang did not answer, and the murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger than before. "Brother Dong, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Dong Xingyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, He turned around and left without saying a word. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Qin Feiyang, there are many things that I can't tell you now. But there's one thing you have to remember. When you face me in the future, you must be careful. Dong Jingyang said without looking back. Then he sped up and disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight like lightning. Be careful? What does that mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Dong Jingyang's behavior today seemed a little abnormal. At this moment, Zhao Shuanger and Feng Linger looked at each other, then turned around and sneaked away. Stop. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the two of them. The two of them froze. Where are you going? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them playfully. The two of them turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. Feng Linger smiled and said, to even be able to meet here, we're really fated. Still pretending? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said jokingly, yes, it's a coincidence. Why don't we go together? No. The two of them quickly waved their hands. You don't want to see me? Have I done anything wrong to you before? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. We just have some private matters to deal with. It's not convenient for us to go with you. The two of them laughed. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, then answer me first. How did you provoke Dong Jingyang? We didn't provoke him. Zhao Shuanger said. You didn't provoke him? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said suspiciously, then why did he want to kill you? We don't know. It seems that half a year ago, we met him by accident. We wanted to say that we were old acquaintances and we should go together. But this guy, I don't know what's wrong with him. He actually attacked us. Later, he even chased after us. The two of them said, you didn't tell the truth. I know Dong Jingyang. He would never attack you for no reason. There must be a reason. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, why don't you believe me? I swear to God in the name of my grandfather. If there is half a lie, let God punish me and I will never be reincarnated. Feng Linger said. Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. This woman dared to swear in the name of her grandfather? Feng Linger's grandfather was Feng Cheng. He took good care of Qin Feiyang in the early years. When Feng Cheng died, Qin Feiyang was sad for a long time. And before Feng Cheng died, he told him to take good care of Feng Linger. And Feng Cheng was Feng Linger's most respected and loved person. Feng Linger swore in the name of Feng Cheng, so what she said was absolutely true. However, what was the reason? He also knew Dong Jingyang. He was a very upright and admirable opponent. But this time, why did he want to kill Feng Linger and Yi Zichen for no reason? Just as Qin Feiyang was pondering, Feng Linger wanted to sneak away again. But suddenly, Tang Hai was like a ghost, blocking in front of them. Who is it? The two of them suddenly changed their faces. This was because they could feel an unprecedented sense of danger from Tang Hai. At that moment, they turned and fled in the other direction, but Zhao Tailai appeared in front of them again. The two of them looked at each other and immediately turned and fled in the other direction. Do you think I don't exist? Accompanied by a cackle, the golden divine leopard stood up from a patch of grass. The two of them turned pale. Even though Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and the golden leopard were concealing their auras, they were still divine gods of battle and false god realm. Their gazes alone were enough to make Feng Linger and Qin Nen feel despair. Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, young master, Meng-er's death has always been a pain in this subordinate's heart. Why don't you bestow them to this subordinate and let them give birth to a son or daughter for this subordinate? Old bastard, you're shameless. When Zhao Shuanger heard this, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Qin Feiyang was also slightly stunned. When he saw Zhao Tailai's slightly playful eyes, he smiled and nodded, yes, but what? Zhao Tailai was suspicious. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Shuanger and Zhao Lai, frowning and said, the two of them are so ugly. What if they give birth to an ugly monster? Yes. I really didn't think of this. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang, you bastard. We fought side by side. How can you treat us like this? Are you still human? Besides, how are we ugly? Zhao Shuanger and Zhao Lai gnashed their teeth and cursed. Qin Feiyang said, usually, ugly people won't admit it. You? The two of them were so angry that they trembled. Zhao Tailai said, although a little ugly, it's okay. I don't mind. We don't mind you, okay? The two of them hurriedly said. You don't mind me? Zhao Lai pointed at his nose with a face of disbelief. Cough cough. You too, although old Zhao is a little old, he's more than enough for you too. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Young master is right. I am a war god. The two of you marrying me is a blessing that you can't cultivate for several lifetimes. Zhao Talai said proudly. War god? Zhao Shuang and Zhao Talai looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. That's right. I am a war god. I am the real deal. Zhao Talai said. This. The two of them couldn't speak clearly. Why does this bastard have a war god beside him? And he even called him young master. Tang Hai suddenly said, since old Zhao likes it, then let's cut the crap. It's decided happily. Who's decided happily with you? Bastard, you're a war god and a false god, bullying two women like us. What kind of men are you? Zhao Shuang and Zhao Delai suddenly became anxious. You're wrong. Not a false god, a war god. It's two war gods, a false god and a false god beast. Tang Hai said expressionlessly. What? Their eyes widened as they looked at Qin Feiyang and Zhao Lai. Then, their gazes shifted to the golden leopard and Tang Hai. This emperor is the false god beast, he said. The golden leopard grinned. Tang Hai also said, I'm also another war god. What the hell is going on? The two of them were scared silly. Two war gods, a divine beast. When did this Qin Feiyang have so many terrifying guys around him? You two are just peak 9-star war emperors. In front of us, you're not enough, so be obedient. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't we, Qin Feiyang? The two of them were extremely anxious. Say what you want to say. Qin Feiyang said. We, the two of them stammered. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He had already scared them like this, and they still didn't take the initiative to confess? If that's the case, then let's be a little more ruthless. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Lai and said, Old Zhao, I'll make the decision now. You two get married immediately. Feng Ling Heir suddenly became angry and said angrily, You bastard, are you looking for a beating? That's quite fierce. Old Zhao, can you subdue them? Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry, it's just two women. What's the big deal? Watch how I make them obedient. Chapter 1713. Don't come over. Feng Ling Heir quickly waved her hand at Zhao Lai. At the same time, she protected Zhao Shuang behind her. From this, it could be seen that the two were as close as sisters. And Feng Ling Heir was older than Zhao Shuang. So, she was protecting her younger sister as an elder sister. But Zhao Tailai turned a deaf ear. Feng Ling Heir was really anxious. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Bastard, tell him to stop. But Qin Feiyang said lightly. Because I am Feng Ling Heir, and she is Zhao Shuang. Feng Ling Heir could no longer hold back the fear in her heart and reported her true identity. Feng Ling Heir? Zhao Shuang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the two and shook his head. Do you think I am an idiot? The two of them are long dead. Besides, they are much prettier than the two of you. It is really us. Feng Ling Heir was anxious. Don't think I am so easy to fool. Originally, I just wanted you to marry old Zhao, but you actually dared to pretend to be Ling and Shuang. It is unforgivable. Old Zhao, execute them on the spot. Qin Feiyang shouted. Zhao Tailai nodded. Feng Ling Heir shouted, I am not lying to you. We are really Feng Ling Heir and Zhao Shuang. Feiyang, do you still remember when you were framed by Lin Bailey in Iron Ox Town and were surrounded by Pill Hall, Martial Arts Hall, Lin family, and my Zhang family? Zhao Shuang also quickly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He reached out and said, Old Zhao, stop first. Zhao Dalai stopped in front of the two. Are you really Feng Ling Heir and Zhao Shuang? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. The two nodded. Since you are them, why have you been hiding your identities from me? Besides, I personally witnessed them dying before my eyes. Qin Feiyang said angrily. This, the two of them stuttered. This brat. If this goes on, it will definitely drive them crazy. The fire python, who was hiding in the dark, shook its head and laughed. Speak! Qin Feiyang shouted. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Alas! Feng Ling-er let out a long sigh. She looked at Zhao Shuanger and said, "Let's restore our true appearances first." Zhao Shuanger nodded. The two of them took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into their mouths. A short while later, two stunning faces appeared before everyone's eyes. Zhao Shuanger, slim and graceful. Her jet black hair draped over her shoulders, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were as clear as a mirror, and she exuded a unique aura. Feng Ling-er had a pair of white legs that were long and slender. Her figure was exquisite, and her waist was small. There was no extra fat. Her skin was as smooth as cream, shiny and beautiful. Is it really you? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in a daze. But he was sighing in his heart. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two naive and ignorant girls had become goddess-like existences. Especially Feng Ling-er, her figure was excellent. Of course, Zhao Shuanger was also impatient. It was just that some parts were not as exaggerated as Feng Ling-er's. It's us. Zhao Shuanger smiled. You are really not dead. Qin Feiyang had a very excited look on his face. What? Do you really want us to die? Feng Ling-er snorted coldly. No. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Feng Ling-er roared. Now, do you still want us to marry your subordinate? If you want to marry, I won't stop you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Bastard! Feng Ling-er was furious. She stepped forward and twisted Qin Feiyang's ear, gnashing her teeth and saying, "Is it because I haven't beaten you for a long time that your skin is itchy?" The nature of this tigress was revealed. Qin Feiyang secretly complained. Feng Ling-er had been very rough and barbaric since she was a child. He had suffered a lot in front of this woman before. Seeing this, Zhao Shuanger quickly grabbed Feng Ling-er's wrist and said, "Sister Ling-er, don't be angry. He must be joking. If it weren't for Sister Shuanger's face, I would have castrated you today." Feng Ling-er snorted coldly and finally let go of the devil's claws. Qin Feiyang rubbed his ear and muttered, "After so many years, your personality hasn't changed at all. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get married?" "What did you say?" Feng Ling-er raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Zhao Lai walked to Qin Feiyang's side, glanced at Feng Ling-er, and said, "Young master, even a woman is so afraid of you, you are a little—" Don't say it, it's all a shadow left from childhood." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Zhao Lai was speechless and secretly said, "Then do we still have to confess to them later?" Confess to what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Of course, we already knew their identity. Were we just teasing them? Zhao Tailai said, We can't confess. If they know this, I'm afraid even Zhao Shuanger will fall out with me, let alone Feng Ling-er with a fiery temper." Qin Feiyang quickly said, "Then how do you plan to end this? You have to know that Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu are cultivating in another castle. When they see Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu, they will immediately know that you are teasing them." Zhao Tailai secretly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Seeing this, Zhao Lai laughed and said, "Is this considered going for wool and coming home shorn?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Originally, he wanted to tease the two girls, but now he was in an awkward situation. Zhao Shuanger looked at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, "Sorry, we lied to you for so long." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. But he had been thinking about how to end this. Just as Qin Feiyang was racking his brains to think of a way, Tang Hai suddenly said, "In fact, the one who should apologize is the young master, because he already knew your identity." Tang Hai. Qin Feiyang immediately stared at Tang Hai. Zhao Tailai and the golden leopard decisively retreated to the side, ready to watch the show. As for Tang Hai, He also turned a blind eye to Qin Feiyang's gaze and silently retreated to Zhao Tailai's side. He revealed an aloof expression as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Qin Feiyang secretly said angrily, "You bastard, can't you say a few words less?" However, Tang Hai looked as if he didn't hear it. At the same time, Zhao Shuang'er and the golden leopard were also frozen in place. Already knew? Since he knew, why did he have to pretend that he didn't know? Wait, this bastard was teasing them. Qin Feiyang. The next moment, the two gritted their teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang, like two tigresses that were about to explode. It was extremely scary. This. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and retreated. How do you still want to quibble? The two rubbed their fists and walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step, their eyes full of anger. Qin Feiyang pointed to Zhao Tailai and the others and said, "It was their idea. It has nothing to do with me." Two people and one beast saw that Qin Feiyang was ready to shift the blame to someone else. They directly turned their heads and put on an expression that said it had nothing to do with them. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Old Zhao, tell me the truth. If you didn't suddenly say that you wanted to marry them, would I tease them?" "Young master, that's not right. You're clearly the one who instigated this. At most, I can only be regarded as your accomplice." Zhao Tailai said lightly. "If you didn't secretly instruct us, would we dare to tease them like this? Although you are our young master, you can't slander others and be unreasonable." The golden mythological beast said. "I'm slandering others?" Qin Feiyang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You should take responsibility for your own actions. Don't drag us down with you." Tang Hai said coldly. "Shut up. You're the worst." Qin Feiyang glared at Tang Hai. Although this guy didn't talk much, every time he opened his mouth, it would kill. "You are the one who should shut up." Feng Ling couldn't bear it anymore. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced at Qin Feiyang. Zhao Shuang'er also looked angry. No, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Two heroines, please spare me." Qin Feiyang quickly begged for mercy. He couldn't fight back against two women. Therefore, he could only take the initiative to admit his mistake and compromise. Shen Bao looked at Qin Feiyang with schadenfreude and said telepathically, "Old Tang, you did it on purpose, right?" Tang Hai shook his head. "Stop pretending. You definitely don't like our young master, so you did it on purpose." Shen Bao smiled sinisterly. "Don't talk nonsense. He is our young master. Even if we don't like him, we can't dislike him." Tang Hai said secretly. "Still not admitting? Old Zhao, say something fair. Did old Tang do it on purpose?" Shen Bao asked telepathically. "This is not important. The important thing is that it is very pleasing to see our young master being abused." Zhao Tailai smiled secretly. He, it is indeed pleasing to the eye." Shen Bao smiled sinisterly. After a mournful wail, Feng Ling and Zhao Shuang'er finally let go of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang awkwardly tidied up his clothes and rolled up his sleeves. His arms were full of bruises caused by Feng Ling and Zhao Shuang'er. The sharp pain made him grimace. He looked at the two women with dissatisfaction and said, "You are too cruel." "Serves you right." Feng Ling rolled her eyes and asked, "How did you know our identity?" "Ling Yunfei and Qingzhu told me." Qin Feiyang rubbed his arms and said. Zhao Shuang'er said in surprise, "They have met up with you?" "Not long after entering the divine site, I met them and Kunpeng. I was wondering why you hid it from me." Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao Shuang'er said helplessly, "We didn't want to, but this is the old master's order. We can only do it." Qin Feiyang said, "Then the barbaric character you showed before? It was also faked. I was just afraid that if I spent too much time with you, you would notice something." "How is it? I'm good at faking it, right?" Zhao Shuang'er smiled playfully. "Very good. However, I still like the original you. In the future, don't be like some tigress. No one dares to marry you." Qin Feiyang glanced at Feng Ling and said, "Who are you talking about?" Feng Ling immediately frowned. "I didn't name you. Why are you so agitated?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. You? Feng Ling was angry again. Sister Ling, calm down, calm down. We've tortured him enough just now. Don't bother with him. Chapter 17:14. Feng Ling stared at Qin Feiyang, her beautiful eyes flashing coldly. The atmosphere at the scene was quite solemn. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Feiyang decisively sent the two of them into Ling Yunfei's space divine object. The golden divine leopard joked, "Young master, I didn't expect you to be afraid of someone." "Shut up." Qin Feiyang glared at it angrily, then looked at Tang Hai and snorted coldly, "You'd better not speak again in the future. Just be a mute." Tang Hai replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Why wasn't it so obedient before? "Brother Qin, have you forgotten?" At this time, the fire python appeared and asked. Qin Feiyang nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Brother Fire, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Tan Wu and the Cerberus. Your friends are my friends. I'll tell the griffin not to make things difficult for them." The fire python laughed. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was grateful. Suddenly he thought of Dong Xingyang and said, "And Dong Xingyang, please take care of him too." "Dong Xingyang?" The fire python was slightly stunned and said, "I feel that this person is not a good person. Are you sure you want to help him? I feel that he seems to be hiding something in his heart. And it's related to me. Before I figure it out, I don't want him to die." Qin Feiyang said. "But..." The fire python nodded. An invisible force surged out. The bodies of Qin Feiyang and the others became light, and they immediately appeared on an ancient plaza. The square was not big, and there was a stone door in the middle. All around, the mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the grass and trees were lush. The aura of fierce beasts permeated every corner of the earth. "This is the second floor?" Tang Hai and the golden divine leopard looked at all this in surprise. The fire python nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, then we'll meet again. See you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. The next moment, the fire python disappeared before their eyes. Zhao Tailai turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Young master, why don't you ask Fire Python to help find Mu Tianyang's current location? And your eldest cousin and the others?" Shen Bao added, "We can't rely on it too much. Moreover, it knows why we came to the second level. If it doesn't have any concerns, it will definitely help us." Qin Feiyang said. "You mean, what is it worried about?" Zhao Tailai asked. "When we met it, didn't it say that small beast was not allowed to help us anymore? For it to be able to help us so much on the first floor, it's already very loyal. As friends, we can't make things difficult for it. If it angers the small beast, it will be in danger. Facing a powerful small beast, we can't help it at all. So, if you can avoid bothering it now, try not to," Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Talai nodded and said, "Young master, you're really thoughtful. I'm ashamed." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he looked at the golden divine leopard and said, "There are countless divine beasts on the second floor. You won't be of much help outside. Go and cultivate in the castle first." "Castle?" Golden divine leopard's eyes lit up. It hadn't entered the castle before and didn't know if it was as magical as Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the golden divine beast disappeared instantly. Zhao Tailai tried to fly and found that he could. If he could fly, could he send messages? He immediately suggested Qin Feiyang to try. Qin Feiyang also tried to send messages to Lu Jijin, the mysterious lady and old Qin, but there was no response at all. Obviously, although they could fly on the second level, they could still use the image crystal. Zhao Dalai said, "Try the portal again?" Qin Feiyang nodded and took out a portal, but it couldn't be opened. "It seems that we can only fly here," Zhao Tailai said regretfully. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "It's good enough to be able to fly, but there will be some trouble." "What trouble?" Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. "Space divine object. We can fly, so can the space divine object. In this way, it will undoubtedly be more difficult for us to kill Mu Tianyang," Qin Feiyang said. "That's true." Zhao Tailai nodded. Don't think too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head and ordered, "You guys split up and search the vicinity to see if there are any traces of humans. 3 days later, regardless of whether you find them or not, you all have to come back here and meet me." The two responded respectfully and quickly disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight, one to the east and the other to the west. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at the undead next to him, and said with a smile, "Since you are following me, shouldn't you also contribute?" The undead glanced around and flew to the north without saying a word. "You have quite a character." Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and followed into the castle. The golden divine leopard wandered around the castle, his eyes full of suspicion. When he saw Qin Feiyang appear, he transmitted his voice. "Your castle is so small?" He transmitted his voice because he was afraid of disturbing everyone who was in seclusion. Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's really hard to imagine that such a small broken place actually has a time formation." The golden divine leopard muttered. "Broken place?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. He had no idea how many people were drooling over his ancient castle, yet this guy was still looking down on it? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Lu Zheng's long hair fluttering in the wind, his clothes ragged, and his aura crazily soaring. "I finally broke through," Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom! The next moment, Lu Zheng's aura rose to the peak state. "Ha, little cousin, how is it? You stepped into the peak state so quickly. Your brother is awesome, right?" Lu Zheng also opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smug smile. "Tisk. Qin Feiyang is already a pseudo-god. You are just a peak 9-star combat emperor. What is there to be proud of?" Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the golden divine leopard scorned. Lu Zheng was stunned, looked at the golden divine leopard and said angrily, "Where did this kitten come from?" "Kitten? Kid, do I look like a kitten to you?" The golden divine leopard suddenly became angry. Lu Zheng ignored it and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Where are we now?" "The second floor," Qin Feiyang said. "Then hurry up and find my brother," Lu Zheng said. He was quite worried. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then send me to Ling Yunfei's space divine item. I have to step into the immortal state as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be laughed at by some people who look down on me." Lu Zheng glanced at the golden divine leopard and snorted coldly. "Who are you scolding?" The golden divine leopard was furious and pounced on Lu Zheng with bared fangs and brandished claws. But before it pounced, Lu Zheng asked Qin Feiyang to send it to Ling Yunfei's castle. The golden divine leopard shouted unhappily, "Kid, ask him to come out. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Bang! Qin Feiyang immediately smacked the golden divine leopard's head fiercely. Junior leopard was in so much pain that it grimaced. Qin Feiyang looked down at the golden divine leopard and frowned. "Why do I find that you are not easy to deal with? You only found out now." The golden divine leopard snorted through its nose. "You are not ashamed but proud of it?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. He ignored it and took out the axe. The golden divine leopard went up. When it saw that it was a rusty axe, it immediately mocked. "Young master, are you crazy? How can you keep a rusty axe like a treasure?" "Rusty?" Qin Feiyang murmured. A sly look flashed in his eyes. He handed the axe to the golden divine leopard and said with a smile, "Then do you dare to touch the blade of this broken axe?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" The golden divine leopard smiled disdainfully. It stretched out its claws and pressed against the blade of the axe. In order to prove how awesome it was, it used extra strength. But when it touched the blade of the axe, it realized that something was wrong. It was too late for regrets. Its claws were cut in half. It felt a sharp pain. It hurriedly retracted its claws. It was almost cut off. At that moment, it looked down at the axe, no longer looking down on it. Its eyes were filled with shock. How could a rusty axe be so sharp? How is it? Do you still dare to look down on it? Qin Feiyang looked at the golden divine leopard mockingly. The golden divine leopard glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "You deliberately played with me. Didn't you look down on it? Of course, I have to let you see its power." Qin Feiyang laughed. Bastard. The golden divine leopard cursed. Some things can't be seen on the surface. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and then looked down at the axe. The axe was still stained with the golden divine leopard's blood. But, just like before, the axe did not absorb the golden divine leopard's blood. The blood dripped down the rust and onto the floor of the ancient castle. And the rust on it did not disappear at all. The golden divine leopard said in a deep voice, "This axe is not simple. Did you find it in the ancient world?" Qin Feiyang nodded and took out a dagger, wanting to scrape off the rust on the axe. But he was shocked to find that these rust stains seemed to be fixed on the axe and could not be removed. What's going on? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and tried all kinds of methods, but he could not remove the rust on the axe. If Chang Shui was still here, it would definitely be able to remove these rust stains. What a pity! Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Chang Shui had fallen into the hands of small beast. How could he get it back? Temporarily putting away the axe, he took out a Qiankuan bag. It was the Qiankuan bag that Guizixiong gave him. With a wave of his hand, pieces of soul stones immediately flew out of the Qiankuan bag and piled up on the ground. After a careful count, there were actually a total of 570 soul stones. In addition to the 30 he found himself, there were a total of 600 soul stones. What is this? The golden divine leopard glanced at the soul stones in surprise. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "This is called a soul stone. It has the effect of condensing divine sense. The energy of this soul stone is comparable to hundreds of spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 veins." What? Chapter 17:15. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang immediately kicked it. The golden leopard immediately flew out and hit the wall behind it with a bang. It immediately felt dizzy. It got up, shook its head and glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me tell you, don't even think about getting a single one of these soul stones." The golden leopard's face immediately changed and its eyes were full of flattery. "Young master, you see, stop, stop, stop." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and rubbed his forehead. He looked at Junior Leopard unhappily and said, "At most 50. If he didn't give it to it, it would definitely pester him endlessly." Okay. Thank you, young master. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. I'll definitely do my best." The golden leopard laughed and quickly ran up to grab the 50 soul stones. It was overjoyed. "Don't give me empty promises. Breaking through to the war god realm as soon as possible is the greatest help you can give me," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't worry. I'll definitely cultivate in seclusion seriously." The golden divine leopard stood up and patted his chest as he vowed solemnly. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and put away all the soul stones. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a soul stone. He held it in his hand and began to refine and absorb it. The majestic energy was like a torrent that flowed through his palm and arm and into his sea of consciousness. Strands of brand new divine consciousness were born immediately. "This energy is indeed amazing," the golden leopard suddenly exclaimed. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and turned his head. He saw the golden leopard sitting cross-legged like a human. That funny look made him want to laugh. Immediately, he calmed down and continued to refine. Time passed by slowly. An hour later, the soul stone in his hands suddenly shattered. The energy inside had been completely absorbed by him. The golden leopard also refined the first soul stone. Its eyebrows were full of surprise and it immediately began to refine the second one. Qin Feiyang was deep in thought. After refining the first soul stone, he finally came to the conclusion that this soul stone would allow him to form 100 strands of divine sense. This result made him both happy and worried. What made him happy was that he still had 550 soul stones after giving the golden divine leopard 50 soul stones. One could condense 100 strands of divine consciousness. 550 soul stones could condense 55,000 strands of divine consciousness. In other words, as long as he finished refining these soul stones, he would be able to step into the 5th stage of the false god realm. What worried him the most was that 550 soul stones were far from enough for him to step into the war god realm. This was because in order to step into the war god realm, one had to condense 100,000 strands of divine sense. In other words, even if he refined these 550 soul stones, he would still need more than 40,000 strands of divine consciousness, which was almost half of the total. He could not help but feel a little regretful. Why didn't he ask Wu Zixiong to get more? He pondered for a moment. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Willow Tree, Li Jian, Cui Li, the 6 elders, and Yu Huang, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Willow Tree had said before that he was still at the second stage of the false god realm. These soul stones were not enough for him to directly step into the war god realm. Li Jian had just broken into the false god realm and was only at the first stage. It was even more impossible. As for Yu Huang, although he did not say which stage his cultivation was at, according to the Golden Wolf King, he had just broken through, so it was definitely not enough. That left only the 6 elders, Cui Li, and Junior Leopard. That's right. He wanted the person with the highest cultivation to refine these soul stones. Because this way he could create another war god in the shortest amount of time. Qin Feiyang said, 6 elders, Cui Li, Junior Leopard, tell me, which stage of the false god realm are you at? The golden divine leopard opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, asking, what are you trying to do? The 6 elders and Cui Li also opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glared at Junior Leopard and said angrily, I asked you to speak, so speak. What's with all this nonsense? The golden divine leopard said, my cultivation is at stage 8. Stage 8. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He did not realize that Junior Leopard was so strong. Stage 8 meant that Junior Leopard had already condensed 80,000 strands of divine consciousness. Qin Feiyang asked, how many strands of divine consciousness do you have? More than 88,000 strands. The golden divine leopard said. More than 88,000 strands? Qin Feiyang murmured. In other words, Junior Leopard only needed to refine 120 soul stones to step into the war god realm. This was really an unexpected surprise. What about you guys? Qin Feiyang looked at Cui Li and the 6 elders. One of the elders said, the 6 of us are between stage 2 and stage 4. Not enough. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Cui Li. Cui Li said, I'm at stage 6. I have 64,000 strands of divine consciousness. Stage 6? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, a trace of joy appeared on his face. 64,000 strands of divine consciousness. In other words, Cui Li still needed 36,000 strands of divine consciousness. In other words, Cui Li only needed to refine 360 soul stones to step into the war god realm. He had a total of 600 soul stones in his hands, including the one he had refined before. Cui Li had 360 soul stones and Junior Leopard had 120 soul stones. In total, he only had 480 soul stones. In other words, even if he gave them to Cui Li and Junior Leopard, he would still have more than 100 left. He could actually create 2 war gods? This was a result that he never expected. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. But suddenly, he frowned slightly. Would the soul stone's effect become weaker and weaker as he refined it? Qin Feiyang looked at Junior Leopard and asked, how much divine consciousness did you condense after refining the first soul stone? A total of 100 strands. In the past, it would take me at least half a year to condense a strand of divine consciousness. But now, in this short period of time, I condensed 100 strands. The energy of this soul stone is really beyond my imagination. Junior Leopard said, extremely excited, 100 strands, same as me. The effect of the soul stone did not weaken, Qin Feiyang muttered and decisively took out another 70 soul stones and threw them to Junior Leopard. What do you mean? The golden divine leopard was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, nonsense, of course it's for you to break through the war god realm. The golden divine leopard was stunned. What was going on? Previously, he didn't even want to give it 1 soul stone. Now, he actually gave it 70 at once? Was his head kicked by a donkey? But here, there were many beasts, but no donkeys. Qin Feiyang counted 360 soul stones and gave them to Cui Li. Cui Li also froze on the spot. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually give him soul stones. The 6 elders and Li Jian also looked at each other. What was going on? Although they had been cultivating, they had already heard the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Junior Leopard from the beginning. At that time, they also thought of asking Qin Feiyang for some soul stones to cultivate. But then again, soul stones were so precious. Qin Feiyang probably wouldn't give them to them. Moreover, it was also because of Qin Feiyang that they were able to break free from the shackles of the evil devil's mark and once again step on the path of cultivation. So they were too embarrassed to ask Qin Feiyang. But unexpectedly, now, Qin Feiyang actually took out a large number of soul stones and gave them to Cui Li and Junior Leopard. He himself only had a little more than 100 left. Young master, what are you doing? These soul stones can only be found by chance. How would I dare to take them? You should keep them for yourself to refine. Cui Li came back to his senses and quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Idiot, don't you understand young master's good intentions? Willow Tree suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Cui Li and Junior Leopard, and snorted coldly. Cui Li and Junior Leopard looked at Willow Tree in confusion. Why didn't young master give me, Yuang, Li Jian, and the 6 elders the soul stones, but only the 2 of you? This is because the 2 of you can use the energy of the soul stones to break through to the war god level. And me, Yu Huang, Li Jian, and the 6 elders don't have enough cultivation. Even if we refine all the soul stones, we won't be able to step into the war god level. In short, young master gave the soul stones to the 2 of you because he wants you to step into the war god level first. Willow Tree said. So it's like this. Cui Li and Junior Leopard finally understood. Cui Li stood up and bowed. Young master, thank you for your trust in me. I will work hard and strive to step into the war god level as soon as possible. This, Junior Leopard hesitated and also looked at Qin Feiyang. I won't say any flattering words. I will only say one thing, I would rather betray the world than betray you. I didn't expect that a beast like you could say something so profound. Willow Tree looked at Junior Leopard in surprise. Betray the world than betray you. The meaning of these words was very obvious. It would rather betray everyone in the world than betray Qin Feiyang. Could be said that no words could express loyalty better than these words. Of course. And Junior Leopard's determination. It was swearing, declaring that it would truly submit to Qin Feiyang and integrate into this small team. Subsequently, Cui Li and Junior Leopard began to concentrate on refining the soul stones. Qin Feiyang still had 119 soul stones left in his hands. After thinking for a while, he simply gave them to Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were the first to follow him after he entered the miracle, other than the Crocodile Emperor and a few other beasts. It could be said that Willow Tree and Yu Huang had made great contributions to him along the way. Since there were benefits, he naturally couldn't forget them. Willow Tree looked at the soul stones in front of it and frowned. Young master, what about you? You becoming stronger is equivalent to me becoming stronger. Is there a difference? Qin Feiyang laughed and got up to leave the ancient castle. He concealed his aura and swept towards the south like a ghost. Zhao Tailai and the other 2 went to the east, west, and north respectively. Naturally, he could only go to the south. At the same time, in the ancient castle, Willow Tree and Yu Huang looked down at the soul stones in front of them and couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, Willow Tree looked up at Cui Li, Junior Leopard, Li Jian, and the 6 elders and said in a deep voice, Young master is good to everyone. I believe you all have a deep understanding now. I hope that you all will never repay kindness with enmity. Willow Tree is right. If I find out in the future that anyone dares to go against me or even betray Boss Qin, I will be the first to not let him off. Yu Huang followed with a strong murderous intent in his eyes.